Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the 3 days International One Mahotsav Forest Festival, Health, Well-being, Environment and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, India's G20 presidency, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also commemorating One Mahotsav, which is celebrated every year by Government of India, Ministry of Environment, from 1st July to 7th July. In collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotirnamostute deepajyotirnamostute shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So, yesterday we were looking at various statistics of forest cover, and geographical area of our nation, and how much of forest cover and forest area comparatively to the total geographical area of the nation. And apart from that, though this 3 days International One Mahotsav is dedicated to the participants and presenters basically. No, here there is no formal like presentation here, because we cannot take up physical plantation. So we thought we all might have participated in plantation drive from 1st July to 7th July in our own communities of schools, colleges, universities, institutions. So we thought it would be an opportunity to showcase them here so that others also get inspired. And this is monsoon season, rainy season, where if we, generally the major problem is water scarcity. We plant saplings, but we forget to water them. There are various reasons that we are not able to water them. First thing is availability of water. And the second thing is, the commitment towards the sapling or the plant. As already said by someone, I don't remember who has said, but it is rightly said. No one is busy in this world. It's all about priorities, right? If we think it is important, we'll take time for it. If we don't think it is important, then we will not take time for it. As simple as that. Very well said by someone, by unknown. That is very much right in the present context. There is nothing like, nowadays busy, because we are always busy in one thing or the other thing. Even if we don't do anything also, if we sit watching TV also, that is also busy. Even if we are playing with our pets also, that is also busy. We are engaged. Basically, busy is being engaged in one or other one. And nowadays, with the advent of social media and this lot of games available, now people are more engaged. They are busy in unproductive things, not productive things. Now, otherwise, what we would have done, we could have daily, if we see our childhood days, or no, at least till recent, before this internet. Internet was there quite long time. Even when we used, dial-ups, these telephones, landlines to connect to internet, and through satellites, we used to connect internet. So internet was there from quite long time, from more than 3-4 decades. But with the advent of easy access of mobile data and other technologies available, people started wasting their time. In fact, these, especially, we used to spend watching TV, some good movies and good serials. It is soaps, daily serials or weekly serials or fortnightly serials and some certain programs, along with the family together. That is also one good occasion for socialization and, maintaining relationships. And it's an opportunity to sit together. But today, the things have changed. We all are sitting together on the same sofa, somewhere around in the same room, but we all are preoccupied with our own mobiles and gadgets, or mobiles or iPads or whatever it is, tablets or laptops. In spite of sitting together within the same room or within the same building or within the same compound also, we are physically disconnected. Even today, this generation, even to call for dinner also, we need to send them in WhatsApp or Facebook. The present generations have so much got involved, they do not have time to interact with the physical environment. So why we are talking about this is the more involvement, because we are talking about forest conservation and forest protection. And forest protection doesn't mean, only done in forest areas, because we have seen forest areas are depleting and we hardly have 20% of the total area, forest area, and they are also on a depleting spree. And population is increasing. We need more land and land. Of course, we have plenty of land. We see a lot of land within our communities, around our community, but our greed, we have enough land, we can abandon independent houses, we can go for row houses, apartments. Instead of that, what we are doing, our greed, our selfishness, our exploitative nature, our abusive nature towards the other species, we are encroaching into natural habitats, ecosystems, biodiversity zones. We are encroaching into the forest. We are encroaching into the flora and fauna habitats. And animals and birds, this flora and fauna, these plants and animals. And we are complaining that they are coming, we are having conflict with animals. Now, who are encroaching whose habitat? We are encroaching. Animals are not coming into our habitats. We are encroaching their habitats. That's why that conflict is coming. So who are responsible for this animal conflict? We are responsible. And who are responsible for this situation? human beings are responsible, because we have constructed irresponsibly. We have blocked all the water resources and natural channels of water which goes into the forest, and forests are getting, and global warming and climate change. Forests are not getting enough water supplies. So without water, plants doesn't grow. The rich biodiversity is lost, because we know water is a basic thing for the survival of us, for any species for that matter. And if there is no water, there is no food. If there is no food, then again, our basic needs are, we know, water, food, shelter, clothing and shelter, of course. But animals doesn't need clothing, as they have natural, arrangements to protect themselves. Their body is built up, nature has given, so that they can protect themselves from the, basically clothing is to protect ourselves from the climatic conditions like heat, cold, dust, and all that. Basically, the purpose of clothing is different, but nowadays, what type of clothing we are wearing, that is different again. It is not at all protecting the body. Today, the entire concept of clothing has gone out of track. So we are exposing our body to all the, environment. Nowadays, clothing has become more minimal. In some movies, it is told sarcastically, see the, the poor, the richest or the elite class, often, though I am not, mentioning any specific or target population, but in a sarcastic way, those who have so much money, the richest or the filthiest rich or the elite, do not have money to buy clothes also. So they have minimum clothes wearing, not only rich, but just, I'm just referring to one sarcastic quote by a comedian in a movie. So he quote says that, see, poor guy, they are coming in Rolls Royce, Land Rover and Benz, Audi, but they don't have money to buy the clothes, because hardly clothes are just covering the private parts. And even at times, that is also barely covered. So what does that mean? Clothing has a purpose. Basically, we are not criticizing anything. So the purpose of clothing is different, to protect ourselves from heat, coolness, warmthness, and keep ourselves warm. Basically, the clothes are to protect our skin, our body, from internal and various external aspects, which can be a threat to our skin or our body. But unfortunately, today, the clothing concept also has changed with the present generations. People do not understand. The problem with is we are more educated, but less values oriented. Our education has failed to provide values. No matter we are pursuing so many courses, but none of the courses are provided with values. Of course, everyone is doctorate. Everyone is pursuing multiple disciplines and, postdoctorals, but no one is pursuing. I think it's a high time. Ancient knowledge systems, traditional knowledge systems, we need to bring on a compulsory module on value education from school itself. From first class itself, we need to have a compulsory subject in school about value education. Only with that we will be a proper human being. Today, human beings are lacking values. They don't care about other species. Being part of just, they are just one species of 8.4 billion, or say, for that matter, 8 billion species. But they are behaving like they are superior to, and they are the only species on the planet, and they are superior to all these species. But as already mentioned, we are highly dependent on the nature. Without oxygen, which we get from trees and plants, we are chopping off trees. We are not planting trees, at least for ourselves. As yesterday also mentioned, if you do not maintain a plant or a tree, you are not worth living on the planet. So that is the kind of commitment we have to take, because we are round the clock releasing carbon dioxide. We need round the clock, every second, oxygen. Now, how we get that oxygen? From the plants. So what is your contribution to yourself? Forget about planet. Is it not your responsibility to generate your own oxygen? Is it not your responsibility to maintain your health? Is it not your responsibility to maintain your well-being? So this is the kind of mindset, this is the kind of attitude we need to develop. But what we are having, we see some plant or some sapling that grows. Generally, everywhere we see something or other grows, but we see, oh, this is not useful. Come on, pluck it out. So this is kind of attitude. Today we are in the verge of extinction, destruction, and all sort of things. So we need to change our attitudes, perspectives, and it's a high time that we need to focus. Otherwise, soon humans are also going to become extinct. And this is for sure. No matter what science, where science will take, you can go to any planet on the solar system, or you can also go to other galaxy. But you cannot create an environment like Earth anywhere in the solar system. We are destroying our own planet. And do you think how much we cannot generate? We don't have drinking water. Natural sources are all polluted. And we are not able to regenerate. We are not able to restore. We are not able to get drinking water, which is abundantly available, which nature has provided us. We have polluted them. And we do not have, we are today buying bottled water. Tomorrow we have to buy bottled oxygen or canned oxygen. Even now we have canned oxygen cylinders. So tomorrow that is going to happen. Take it for granted. Soon these words are going to be a reality. If we don't take action, and tomorrow for the air we breathe, we have to pay. For the water we drink, we have to pay. Already we are paying. For the food we have to take, that also we have to pay. Now all we are paying, which was abundantly available in the nature. But our irresponsibility, our negligence towards our own nature today, because of our abusive practices towards the climate and our own environment, has taken a toll on the nature and environment, which is impacting the entire species on the planet. We have seen daily, it is very unfortunate. We don't even focus on the environment related news. Every day we watch these newspapers, and unfortunately, these newspapers are carrying trash, nothing but trash. Or the media. For them, their priority is something else. They don't carry this good content. What is happening to planet? That is more important because that is the only thing where we live. That is our home. And planet is changing drastically and we are least bothered. We are very much preoccupied in accumulating wealth, accumulating awards, accumulating degrees, accumulating all sort of materialistic things. But what they will do, how they will contribute to you or your well-being or to the planet's well-being. One disaster is enough. Already there is a great threat. We have polluted the space also. A lot of space debris is there. And you know, one storm in the space can create a havoc, destroying all the satellites in the space. And you know how much it costs to build all the satellites again? Do we have that much funding again? Just imagine, these movies are a kind of, a rightly taken perspective. Sometimes we need to watch these kind of movies, especially, that really portrays, at least to some extent, our future. We all should watch such movies instead of watching all this other content. One storm in the space, it can destroy all the satellites, and the next moment you are gone. No internet. That's all. Mobiles, everything. All systems will come to halt. That's the end of the life. No power, no water, no food supply, no logistics, no transportation. Imagine what will happen. So, we are very confident. In fact, we are overconfident of our technologies, our science and technologies, which is still in infancy. We don't have cure for malaria. We don't have cure for HIV. We don't have cure for diabetes. And today every day we are seeing a new disease or a new disorder or new illness that is sprouting up. And we couldn't even find the medicine for the existing problems. And we are talking that we have so matured, we have so advanced in our science, but only to destroy our planet. It has not contributed to anything. All these revolutions, which we were talking proudly about, white revolution, green revolution, blue revolution, all these today, at that time it was relevant, but now it is the one which created disasters. Today, they are the cause that over-exploitation, overuse, that is the where beyond. There was a limit for that where we did not do proper environment impact assessment. At that time, the priorities were different to feed the nation. But we already achieved that sustainability, but we are producing more than 6 times what is required. But we never, ever thought of our environment. Our greed did not allow us to think about our own planet and environment, and today we are paying for it. Today, we are paying for all these consequences, and today human beings are responsible for all what is happening. And there is no natural disaster today. Today, the disasters are human-made disasters. So to that extent, we have gone. Now, what is the need of all these problems are there. We did all the blunders which we couldn't have done on the planet. Now, what is the way forward? That is what our focus should be. Problems are there. Often we end up discussing on problems. But what is the solution ahead? Is a multi-cropping system. or a multi-cultivation system is the way ahead, which is ancient system of agriculture. Having rich biodiversity. So again, we had this fad or this trend, what we need to call all that everything has to come from West to accept it. Because we lost our own ancient knowledge because we are ignorant. Neither our parents focus, thanks to our parents at least, our generations. And at least my generation, I mean those who belong to my age, thanks to those generations, they were more conscious. But the present generation, they are nowhere in touch with our own ancient knowledge system. They are completely alien. They are having this identity crisis. They don't know. They are born in India, that's all. They don't know anything about India. They don't know anything about ancient India. And whatever, unfortunately, they are learning from the textbooks are all fabricated. They glorify all the wrong things that has happened in the history because of the rulers who has taken charge. And these books no longer provide that ancient knowledge. So all these present generations are facing the identity crisis. They don't know the roots of their own civilization, the roots of their own ethnicity or race, the greatest lineage they belong to, the sages, rishis, the greatest. Unfortunately, the various belief systems, various religions that propagated into the nation also led to loss of such ancient systems because people were not interested to learn. And, people were always looking for the easy ways to get around. Today, there are more laws. We don't want to follow procedures. We are always looking around to violate, to get over or get away with the procedures. We don't always want to follow the rules and regulations. Even a simple regulation, traffic rules, we are not following. We are violating. We are jumping signals. We are crossing, we are taking the one way, single way. And a lot of things, simple common sense we are lacking. There are stringent laws. We are worried when fines are increased to say 1,000 rupees, 5,000. Why we need to be worried? Even if it is 1 lakh also, why we need to worry? As long as we follow rules and regulations. We will not violate, even if it is 1 crore also, why we need to worry? Because it is our lack of commitment. We need not worry even if it is 10 crores also, fine. Why we need to worry? As long as we are following them. It should act as a deterrent. Today, because of less fines, not only just in traffic rules, I'm telling because that is everyone is aware of. Because once you step out of your home, that is the first thing you will face. That's why I have taken an example. So even there are many rules, even for green cover also, forest also, but we are openly violating. We are encroaching the forest. We are not having the green cover within our communities. Every plot needs to have certain percentage of green cover. So every house, every apartment, every industry need to have certain green cover. That is mandate. But are we really having green cover? How much of space we are leaving it for plants? At least 1 plant for each person living in that compound, living in that building, or living in that house. How many are having that? See how irresponsible we are and how we'll get oxygen. Forget about all things. We need oxygen to survive. And are we making any arrangement for that? At least one tree where it will consume the carbon dioxide released by us, and we can consume the oxygen released by the plant. This simple common sense also we are lacking. How many of we are growing at least one plant or tree on our name? Actually, the purpose of these 3 days is, no, we didn't have any sessions only for that reason, because at least we'll have one tulsi tree, or at least we will have some money plant or some plant in our house where you can come up and say, this is what I have a plant, because every plant gives out oxygen, no matter the level of oxygen might vary, but every plant takes in carbon dioxide and every plant gives out oxygen. Certain plants give out more oxygen and other benefits apart from that, like aroma, fruits, flowers. So at least these 3 days, it was planned in such a way so that we all come together and say that I have this plant at my home or at my college or institution, I'm taking care. So that was the only purpose that we started this, and that was the intention that was communicated. It was not just formal, like a lecture delivery session that someone comes and presents. That's why we did not invite anyone for presentation, because every participant is a presenter. Because at least tomorrow we have last day, at least today or tomorrow you buy one tulsi plant or whatever plant you want. You buy one medicinal plant or medicinal herb and keep it in your home and take care of it. That will give you oxygen, and being a medicinal plant you can use. And like tulsi, tulsi is a magical plant. Of course, it is proved. It is scientifically proved. It is medicinally proved and everything, right? So what I request is, buy something like that. It has also a lot of spiritual significance, even whether you believe it or not. It is a medicinal plant. So at least you buy tulsi, or it is there available everywhere. You can even go to temple, take tulsi leaves. You can request the temple authorities, and don't again destroy the entire ecosystem there. Okay. So you can buy it online. Nowadays we are at our convenience, everything at fingertips. As you can order, you are ordering on Zomato or what are all these apps. You can also order tulsi seeds or plant itself. It is not costly. You can get it as low as 5 rupees, 10 rupees also. Or you can ask some nursery, or just go where there is a good, a bigger one, a medium or bigger tree of tulsi. You will find seeds, lot of seeds. One seed will give you one sap. And this is rainy season. You just take that and prepare a bed, and you sow the seeds. You just sprinkle the seeds and just water it. And soon you will see hundreds, depending on the number of seeds, you can see hundreds of tulsi saplings. You take one and plant it. Everyone make sure at least the outcome of this 3 days, one Mahotsav, is at least those who are attending, make sure you are having one plant for you. That is the greatest contribution you are going to do for this planet. Just one appeal from our side is, no matter the size of the plant or sapling or a tree, have one plant for you. As long as you are alive, have one plant for you. For you, be selfish. You are selfish in many things. Be selfish on this, at least for your oxygen requirements. you always maintain a plant. And if you are kind enough, if you are kind-hearted, if you are more conscious about the planet, have more, as many as you can, as many as you can afford, as many as you can keep it. And that is the greatest contribution that you are going to do for this planet, not for you. Of course, first is you only, because you need oxygen to survive. And you are, by keeping a plant, by keeping a sapling, you are generating your own oxygen, which you require. That is simple logic. You forget all other things. Simple common sense, simple logic is we all need oxygen. So for our sake, let's buy a plant, or let's take some seeds or borrow from seeds, or from your gift. If you have already a nursery maintained, you can gift it to those who do not have saplings or plants. This is a great opportunity. Of course, if you are in Hyderabad, you need, I can help you out if you want. Or if you want from any other area also, I can give you, you can contact me, I can give you the nearest nursery number, either by government or private. You can reach out and procure from there. If possible, we'll try it for free. Otherwise also you can buy. Otherwise, just Tulsi you will get everywhere. So I am telling you about Tulsi, or for that any medicinal plant. It is a wonder plant, wonder medicinal. Because rainy season, monsoon season, we know it is highly prone to viral fevers, and cold and cough is quite common. So if you consume daily one Tulsi leaf, that will give you a great relief. Okay, you may be hesitant to consume directly, as you might be drinking milk or tea or coffee. You add to that. At least you can try it. If not, you use it as it is, you can use it. Otherwise also you can just pluck the leaf and eat it. Otherwise also you can dry it and use it in powder. Or most of us are drinking tea or coffee. Of course, I don't have that habit since my childhood. I don't consume. But whoever is consuming, you can buy Tulsi powder, dried Tulsi powder, and add to that. So that will boost your immunity. So have your plant, Tulsi plant in your home, or any other for that matter, whichever you like, herbal plant. Because this is monsoon season, that will be very relevant, having one. And you can pluck out leaves, consume directly. So that will help you to boost immunity and be healthy. At the same time, you will also be contributing to environment. So depending on the number of family members, you try to take so many plants, minimum one plant, or at least one Tulsi sapling for each member, and keep it in your home. This is my humble appeal from the bottom of my heart. At least for ourselves, for our own self, let's take this and keep it. Even if we have also certain saplings, at least have one Tulsi or any other medicinal or herbal plant on this occasion, so that we can contribute to the well-being of ourselves and our planet. So that is one aspect. And hope even today also we have more than 100 plus registrations. And today we have also sent a mail also, but the response is quite low. But anyway, fine, that doesn't matter, as long as we have very good participants. The quality always matters than the quantity. So we'll continue with today's sessions. So first we would ask you all if anyone is willing to share your plant photo, video. You can raise your hand so that we will give you opportunity to talk about your plant, or even if you have taken part of plantation drive in the last 1 week from July 1st to 7th in your college, in your community, you can share those details along with your photo or a video. If there is none, no problem, no need to worry. There is still, it's never too late. Okay, so we have this new concept. Of course, this concept is not new, especially to India. Nowadays, there is one system that is widely being promoted, Miyawaki system, that is from Japan, where agroforestry, urban forestry, or social forestry is being promoted within the space available in our household or backyard, or that is a kind of where within minimum space we can have more number of plants. I mean, rich biodiversity. So diverse plants. This is where one concept. So instead of me explaining, what I will do, there are many organizations promoting, and as I said, multi-cropping is ancient from earlier. If we see our ancient or our traditional agriculture system, we used to have everything, almost whatever we consume, everything is grown in our own field. See, generally the boundaries of our farm or of our agriculture land has a lot of trees, which also marks the boundary, like, lemon tree or mango trees or some fruit trees or some this shikaya tree and all sorts of trees that will also mark the boundaries of our lands. And also it will serve as, and we used to have a lot of vegetable grown within our farm. And apart from that, seasonal crops, rotational basis, and multi-cropping system also. Like if we are having this farm of agriculture land of, say, mango trees or lemon trees or orange trees or anything, in between, we used to cultivate other crops or like vegetables or flowers or other crops, which are, supporting each other, which provide the required essential nutrients to each other. So these are the various things that were there. But now the entire system has changed. We are more in commercial crops. Now today we want to make money. That is why today farmers' suicides are happening, because they have become more dependent. Earlier, if you see, that is how the culture and traditions, ancient knowledge system plays a vital role. Not only we just think what is there in that, but, it contributes a lot in economy. We have seen having cattle, you get milk, curd, buttermilk, cheese, and ghee, and you will also get cow dung and urine that act as an organic manure, fertilizer, natural fertilizer, organic fertilizer, and they also help in agriculture activities, household activities, in the form of transportation, or even the agriculture produce, the hay which we get from the crops, that is consumed by these animals, and they give out again what is called organic natural manure and a lot of milk and other things. So it's a complete cycle that has been destroyed with the modern agriculture. With the industrial agriculture, the entire ecosystem of the sustainable agriculture has been destroyed. Today, why farmers are committing suicides, why we are not able to have sustainable system is we have totally deviated from our traditional agriculture system. And that is how today more and more farmers are committing suicides because they have to buy everything, like we are buying everything from the grocery store. They are forced, they are compelled to buy everything. They have their own land where they can cultivate vegetables. Earlier the priority was first they were growing what they need, like rice, especially in South India, or if it is in North India, wheat, or South India, rice. Because that is what they consume entire year. Because of that, earlier, because even we belong to agrarian family, though some of our family members were working, had their own business, and at the same time, some of our family members were also involved in agriculture since ancestors, and we still own certain portion of land. So I'm very close to the nature and agriculture system. So I know, I am seeing even now what is the problem we are facing. Those who have neglected this cattle in there, and those who have adopted this commercial crop culture, they are the ones who are highly suffering because they need to buy everything. See, one simple thing I will say, I have seen practically, my experience is saying, we are having these cows, so we are getting milk, and we are getting curd, we are getting ghee, and we are getting making paneer, and all these things are getting free for every day. We are getting free. Otherwise, you imagine daily buying 1 liter of milk. We need more because we also need to feed with all other. So I'm sharing my personal experience because I have seen, and because even our other relatives are also facing, our friends are also facing the same problem, which they adopted these commercial crops like cotton, which is not consumable by them, or maize or corn, they cannot eat year-long corn or maize or cotton, right? Or we have seen tobacco also. These all commercial crops are widely promoted by various industries, government, sugarcane. We cannot consume daily sugarcane, right? What happened? My personal experience I am sharing. Some of us, we still continued, with this cultivation. Only once we cultivate, this rice paddy, one season, and other seasons we cultivate cereals, pulses. One time cereals, one time pulses, one time paddy, so that there is a rotation. And as you know, there are different seasons. Water availability is also important. not every time we get enough water. And rainy season, summer season, winter season, spring season, the water and climate, weather conditions also vary. So it is not suitable. Every season is not suitable for every crop. So based on that, we need to plan accordingly. So it is a very well established traditional system that is there. Now our fathers, our farmers, especially farmers are not holding doctorates or postdoctorals in agriculture. They do not have a basic education also. Some had, some doesn't have, but they were experts more than the ones who have even Nobel Prize also on agriculture. They don't know much about agriculture. So because that is kind of ancient traditional knowledge they had. They know when it is going to rain and how it is going to be. They just see and tell. And we are still dependent on so much gadgets and I'm not criticizing, but we need to take the benefits. We need to leverage the benefits of both. That is what we are neglecting. That is why I'm criticizing. That we are focusing on only one part and neglecting the other part where we are failing. That is the reason we are failing, because we are blindly following only one system, which has a lot of lacunae, lot of pitfalls, lot of other things. But we are completely on the other side, we are completely neglecting in the name of, all sorts of this thing. So that is why we are criticizing that part which we are neglecting. So that's how I was talking about, yes, cropping. Our farmland, we have all these plants like mango tree, orange and lemon tree, and these palm trees and coconut trees, all on the borders that mark our boundary, actually, where all the boundary of the farmland is marked by these trees, basically. So that generally, this is a very common practice. If you see, nowadays we keep that stones, generally to mark, this is my area. That stones, we mark it and keep it and say that this is plot number so and so, plot number so. But earlier it was not like that. We used to have trees, like this is tree, that coconut tree, or this lemon tree or orange tree, whatever, because we used to have a lot of trees on the boundaries. We used to say from this tree to that tree, on the west side, that tree to this tree, on the right side, that tree to this tree, in the eastern side, western side. Generally, in the older system, that was a system to recognize which part or till where your land belongs to. That was a system. Even now also both systems are followed. This is the fifth system which farmers generally follow. They don't need any education. They know this tree is there. So this is my boundary. Beyond that is your field. So whatever till that tree, it is my land. So this is how, even today also we have that system. So we don't need any measurements and all that. The tree is there, and all these trees are from, they generally are there. Some trees are 100 years old. Some trees are, 200-300 years old. And of course, we keep replacing also. Generally, we don't cut off trees, old trees, but some small trees, we replace them. And we have this eucalyptus also. Nowadays, bamboo also is a good option. So we are cultivating this as a boundary, as a fence, in fact, to prevent animals coming into the field. And there is separate portion which is dedicated for the animals, which come for grazing. Instead of directly grazing onto the main crop field, whatever, that is there left out, or we need to take care of them. There is a designated area where we keep to some hay and some other leaves and other system, where we keep them for animals who come from grazing. So we are taking care of that also. And having different wide variety of species, we are getting free fruits, lemon, like mangoes in seasonal, whichever season, we are getting, no need to buy from markets. First of all, we got, see, by having cattle, we are getting milk and curd and ghee and all those things that are taken care. So no need to buy them. So we are not dependent on the markets. So that is taken care. And second thing is we are getting cow dung, cow urine, not only just cows, we have buffaloes, oxes, all these, they are collected and they are used as organic manure or fertilizer, organic fertilizer. So no need of buying chemicals, fertilizers. Again, that amount is saved. And it is grown, and this milk and other things are grown. They are fed, animals are taken care as a family members. So they are only fed what is good for them. So we have healthy, nutritious dairy products for us, right? And we are not using any chemical fertilizers. So whatever is we are using is cow dung and cow urine, that is, cattle dung and cattle urine. So that is being processed along with hay and other materials, organic materials, and that is only given to the farm land, to the plants. So no fertilizers, no chemicals given. So that way we are not buying any fertilizers. So that farmer is again not dependent whether there is supply of fertilizer or not. And then coming to multi-crop plantation, here we have seen generally those who are going for commercial crops, like they only grow cotton, they only grow tobacco, they only grow this maize. So what they are lacking is they have to buy paddy, rice, they have to buy pulses, they have to buy cereals, they have to buy vegetables, and all these they are buying. So they need huge income, revenue for that. And how they will get? Only when they get profits from these commercial crops. And most of the time, because of these mediators, either they don't get proper price and minimum selling price, what we call MSP. That price they don't get, so they suffer. Again, they run into losses. They have to pay for everything. They have to buy everything in their house. So that is how, I have seen many farmers getting into this debt trap and committing suicides. I have personally seen because of this entire disruption of system. Instead of that, what our traditional system or what we are doing, which we are following the traditional system, where, we have these boundaries, as I mentioned, our area, land area, agricultural land area, we have this boundary always with all the plants and trees, which are fruit bearing, flower bearing, and vegetable. So we daily get produce out of it. There is no need to buy any vegetable. Again, that income is saved. The expenditure, in fact, there is no need to invest on vegetables and flowers. We get a lot of flowers, and we get fruits also, seasonal. We have seasonal fruits, like we have said, lemon is there, orange is there, mango is there, tamarind is there, amla is there, and lot of trees are there. So we never buy them. So they are always, whenever we want, neem is there. And whenever there is a festival, we go there and get leaves. And this mango leaves, neem leaves. And we get all the fruits, even banana and all those things are also there. Coconut trees there, coconuts we get. So there is no need to buy anything. So farmer was highly independent, but now the present system made farmer highly dependent on the system. So everything farmer has to buy. Now, where farmer will buy? Only when he gets the agriculture produce, when it is sold for profit only, he will get. Otherwise, he is getting into the debt trap. And he is not able to pay off, and he is committing suicide. And it is not just the investment. Farmer also has a family to be taken care of. This is other side totally neglected. Because farmer, as we have families, even farmer also have children. They also need to study. They also go to higher education. They also need to stay, go wherever their institutions are there. Like we are working happily sitting 9 to 5 or whatever timings is there. We are sitting in AC and we are working happily. We are earning lakhs and lakhs of rupees every month. But the poor farmers, they have to work round the clock. Whenever they have to keep guarding, they have to keep observing, and they have to work in sun, they have to work in rain, they have to work in cold seasons. Round the clock, they need to work. And what is happening? So they don't get time, and they have to work in off hours, early morning, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, depending on the season, has to go. And night also, some persons, of course, either we go or sleep, or some workers sleep there. So every day, someone has to take care. So the hardships we are not able to see, recognize. So as we get there also, we have certain milching animals, cattle. From there also we'll get, and we get these mangoes and amla, all this. And that is also available for free pickle. And sometimes we cultivate the spices also, chilies. So from that we get, so very little we buy from outside. So most of them are produced in agricultural land only. Sometimes we grow these peanuts. Not every time, one season where there is no, depending on the weather, climatic conditions. And it is also on a rotational basis, because we need to take care of the soil health also. So based on that, we keep, so one year we'll be growing this, and other rices, paddy is common, and other things keep changing. Cereals, one season, one cereal, other season, other cereal. Maybe next year, different cereal or different pulses, like that. And there is other practice also, like in the entire village, or not everyone, cultivates the same thing. Of course, majority of that is same, but we also have different. Say, if I am cultivating green gram, so my friend would be cultivating black gram. So, and other friend would be cultivating a different. So what happens, we need both green gram and black gram as part of our daily life. Because black gram we use for idli, dosa and all those things, right? And green gram also we make pongal and other dishes, even pesratu, that also we prepare pancakes basically. So what we do, we sell off, and whatever we need to consume, that much we keep it for ourselves. So in this way, we exchange, and rest of that we send, so that other people can get their agriculture produce. So only when farmers sell, that food products will become available in the market for rest of all of us to buy. So this is what our traditional agriculture system has guarded the farmers. But now with Commercial crop system, there is no cattle in households. So they have to buy milk, they have to buy curd, they have to buy ghee, and no vegetables, only one crop. So they have to buy vegetables. Now daily, every day, morning they wake up, they need to go to grocery shop, they need to buy something or other. Or they have to go to fertilizer shop, or they see every day they need money. Now this is what the entire farmer ecosystem has been damaged and destroyed. So farmer has completely become dependent. He's become helpless because of this present system. Of course, there is exception where people have suffered also. I am not completely saying this is 100% right, but this is 100% wrong. But majority of my personal experience, or majority of what people are sharing, this is what the major shift that has happened, and that is putting them into debt crisis. And sometimes there is a good deal and they are able to make benefits. Again, the middlemen are the ones who are making huge profits. That is also one issue. So why we are talking about all these things, agriculture also, is because we are talking about biodiversity. And this will also help the birds and other species in the area, because they also need food. They rely on agriculture fields and also forest for the food grains. So all these are very much essential. But now having commercial crops growing, like say cotton or sugarcane or maize or tobacco or other things, what we'll get, what birds will eat, what you will eat, what farmer will eat, what farmer's family will eat. This is where the entire ecosystem got destroyed. I'm not against that you should not grow commercial crops, but certain part of you should not use the entire field, entire available land, completely allot to that. Instead, or at least in a village, we need to have a combination of systems so that at least that village is sustainable. At least if they make some profit or not on commercial crops, at least that village is self-sustainable, that whatever that village needs, that can be grown within that village, so that that village becomes self-sufficient. It is not dependent again on any other village again. So this, along with commercial crops, if we continue to maintain the traditional system, that is sustainable. But what we are neglecting the entire traditional systems and we are adopting modern systems, that is where we are destroying ourselves. With half knowledge, without having proper knowledge of the entire systems, we are going ahead and doing. And that is what creating a lot of problems. So then what is way ahead is, in agriculture system, I told, we need to adopt a hybrid method, no doubt the traditional method, along with changing times and technology. We have to make a farmer self-sufficient. So multi-cropping is the ancient method that is followed. Today we are going to see, so I am going to introduce, of course we all are aware of that. Now, as already I told, this is not new to Indians. It is there, it is in our blood and it is our genes also. But let's relook, because we are used to packaging from the West. So today we will see the same practice packaged from Japan, that is Miyawaki system of urban forestry, or where you can have biodiversity even within 100 square meters, or within your same 1 square meter also, if you have, how you can cultivate more plants in that. This is one system. Of course, this is not new for us. We are experts in that as an Indians, but still we look into that. What I will do is, I will not explain like this. I will play some videos are there. an organization that is promoting widely. They are conducting so many workshops and other things. We could not get them, but what we can do is on public domain, we have certain videos. We will have that videos played here so that we can understand. So with audio visuals, you will be more able to grasp that. So we'll see that and we'll try to implement. We'll also retrospect ourselves till what extent we can incorporate them into our daily lives. Then we will have one more presentation and then we'll conclude it for the day. So enjoy these wonderful videos and let's gain some insights.
Hi, my name is Shubhendu Sharma and I am founder of A Forest. For last 10 years, we have been making forests all over the world. With this video, we bring you the methodology which we use to make our forest. We ran a Kickstarter campaign and with your support, we have been able to raise the money we needed to make these videos. So please watch the video and I hope it will help you to make a forest in your school, in your houses, in your backyards, anywhere and everywhere. Thank you. Our forest making methodology is based on Miyawaki method of afforestation. In this method, we are able to make forest in extremely small spaces in a small period of time. Dr. Miyawaki specializes in bringing back a forest that used to grow on a particular patch of land a few hundred years ago. These forests are made up of native trees and are self-sustaining. Dr. Miyawaki defines a forest as a place so dense with natural vegetation that you can't even walk into it. It's a closed loop ecosystem which is totally self-dependent. It supports a lot of biodiversity, irrespective of its size. So a forest can spread over acres and acres of area, or it can even fit a small space, like your house garden, parking spaces of a few cars, or even a backyard of some building. We have been making forest in corporate premises, factories, institutions, schools, almost anywhere and everywhere. Compared to a monoculture plantation, a garden or a lawn, these forests are multi-layered and thus they have 30 times more green surface area. They grow at least 10 times faster because in a forest like this, the species of trees support each other because of the diversity of flora. A lot of fauna is also attracted and it becomes a place which is at least 100 times more biodiverse compared to a monoculture plantation. The process of forest making is 100% natural. We try to procure all the materials within a few kilometers of our site. So it can really become inexpensive and we are not dependent on any industrial activity in making of these forests. These forests also prevent the sunlight from falling directly on the ground. Thus, they does not allow the rainwater to evaporate back into the atmosphere once it falls on the surface. The roots of these trees penetrate deep into the ground, thus they allow the rain to seep directly to the groundwater table, so they conserve a lot of water. They also stabilizes the humidity in the air, thus they improve the entire environment of any particular geography wherever you plant them. By bringing back these native forests, we are also bringing back the lost habitat of the fauna of that place. In nature, a natural forest grows in different stages of succession. First the grasses grow, then shrubs, then pioneer species of trees, and finally climax forest species. Even if a climax forest is destroyed, nature has a potential to bring it back through secondary succession. Again the grasses grows, shrubs, pioneer species, and finally climax forest. Secondary succession takes around 150 to 200 years to grow. In this methodology, we plant a climax forest right on day one. Thus we bypass some stages, but the final result in 20 to 25 years would be almost similar. A 20-year-old forest planted by us will be similar to a secondary succession forest of 150 to 200 years. The species are going to be the same. However, our forest will be a quasi-natural forest and will always be a man-made forest. Though it will have the same type of fauna attracted to it, the same type of aesthetic appeal, and almost the same sizes of the trees. So in Miyawaki method, though we are making a man-made forest, it looks like and it behaves like just a natural forest. And it also consists the same species which nature would have grown through various stages of succession. In order to bring back a climax forest, we have to go to a natural forest which is made up of climax forest species and conduct a survey. We will identify the potential natural vegetation of that particular place, means all the native trees that are growing in that forest of climax forest species. We'll document it and divide them in 4 different layers: shrub layer, subtree layer, tree layer, and canopy layer. During the season, we will go to these forests again and again and collect the seeds of these native trees. We'll grow seedlings out of them, and if we are not able to do it ourselves, we'll at least go to the nurseries, authentic nurseries, who collect the seeds from a natural forest and grow seedlings instead of saplings. These seedlings are later to be used to plant our climax forest. In order to make a natural forest, we have to prepare our soil so that it can become just like the soil of a natural forest. We dig it till depth of 1 meter and we mix 3-4 different types of biomasses in it. These biomasses make the soil soft, full of nutrition, they attract a lot of microbes, and they facilitate the penetration of the roots into the soil. We reintroduce microbes to our barren land by using compost tea, in which we will ferment the microbes found in the soil of a natural forest. Our final goal is to reach a stage when the forest will start to produce humus. Humus is full of fungi, microbes, dead insects, or any fauna that is available in the forest. Also, the leaves that fall and decay together forms humus. This humus is extremely nutritious and nourishes the forest. So the forest will be able to take care of itself on its own if it starts to produce its own humus. Once we prepare the soil, we plant our seedlings at a rate of 3 to 5 seedlings per square meter, or 3 to 5 seedlings for every 10 square feet. At this rate, we are going to make a forest which is so dense that you can't even walk into it. After the plantation, we are going to cover our soil with a thick layer of mulch. This mulch, usually made up of straw or grass, does not allow the sunlight to reach the ground, so that all the soil microbiology never get exposed to the sunlight. This prevents UV sterilization of the microbes and they thrive under this mulch. Also during winters, the frost formation happens only on the mulch. So soil will be still able to breathe while it's freezing outside. In summers, the direct sunlight doesn't reach the ground, means the groundwater or the water that has fallen onto the soil, the moisture in the soil is never going to evaporate because the mulch is going to prevent the evaporation. The forest planted in this well-prepared soil with a thick layer of mulch on it, roots also grow very well. Within a few months, they reach a depth of 1 meter, tightly holding the soil in form of a mesh. The forest starts to become self-sustaining very soon. Leaves fall, which get converted into humus. At a stage like this, Dr. Miyawaki says no management is the best management. And this is when our forest becomes self-sustaining. The forest continues to grow, and within 10 years, it starts to look like a 100-year-old natural forest. This methodology comes with a word of caution. The forests that we make look like a natural forest, but they are still man-made forests. In 10 years' time, they will start to look like as if it's an old forest. It will attract the same type of biodiversity which a natural forest attracts. However, they will never be the substitute of a natural forest which has grown at any particular place for a few hundred years. The forests made by natural succession are far better than the forests that we will be making. Our forests are great as a substitute of any other monoculture plantation, garden, or leaving the land the way it is. However, it will be a counter-productive argument for the better future of the planet to remove a natural forest because we have an alternative which can bring back a lost forest in a small period of time. For us, it's more important to conserve our existing natural forest even more than planting the new ones, because the seeds that we use to plant our new forest comes from the old growth natural forest. The template that we copy for our new forest comes from the old growth natural forest. So it's our duty and our focus to conserve the existing natural forest because there is no replacement or substitute of them. So let's see in this video how we do it. Thank you very much. Hi, thank you so much for staying with us for the introduction session and of course backing this project to make all these videos happen. In the next session, we are going to discuss the species selection, how to make a list of all the trees that you are going to plant in your forest. So stay with us and see you in the next video. Thank you. Hi. Today we are at Beed Sikha Wala, which is a sacred grove in Punjab. In this jungle survey, we are going to identify the native trees of Punjab, of this area wherever we are making the forest. And also we are going to understand about the different layers of the forest. The main purpose of doing this forest survey is to develop a list of all the native trees found in this area so that we can go to a nursery and procure the same species that we have identified during this survey. Also, these types of survey help us to understand how the forest grows in different groups. Species have a likelihood to grow with each other. During these surveys, we also identify guilds of different species, where 2 or 3 species of trees continue to grow together repeatedly. So once we develop a pattern, whenever we plant our forest, we plant these species together and replicate the same guild that we would have identified during this survey. So let's have a look at the jungle and identify our trees to develop the list so that we can go and procure our seedlings. Thank you. To do a jungle survey, we need simple tools like a reference book. In this survey, we are using Jungle Trees of Central India by Pradeep Krishan. Also, we need somebody who can identify most of the trees growing in that jungle. We always go to these jungles with a jungle tree expert. Today, we are with Mr. Gaurav Gujar, who is jungle tree expert at A Forest. We are also going to be accompanied by some local people who can identify these trees. These are the people who have been living in these places for years. Also, there are some people who are botanists from this same geography. They can identify the trees using leaves, bark, fruits, flowers. So, using the reference book with tree experts, with botanists and the local people, together we are going to identify all the trees and make a list of them. So, in the first part of our jungle survey, let's look at this forest in Bir Sikhawala, Faridkot district. Predominantly, this one species, Salvadora oleodis, is the prime species which we can see in this area again and again repeatedly. So, we can easily call it our major species. So, now we are moving towards a guild. Guild is a place which has few species growing together, and these guilds are repeated in nature again and again. So if we learn this combination of different species which grow in nature together, we can replicate these combinations whenever we are planting our own forest. Gaurav, do you want to say something about this one species which is getting into this guild?
So this is basically a non-native species, Prosopis juliflora, which is a very invasive species and is not allowing any other species to grow. Though the species that is forming guild of native species is very strong and very robust, but slowly this is creeping inside and not allowing all other ground covers and all other species to grow. If this non-native species is not removed, this might slowly kill all the native species, the last remnant species of this old forest.
Let's move towards the guild. The first tree which we saw before as well is the same Salvadora tree, also known as Miswak, Van and Pilu. Let's look at a few more trees growing in the combination with this tree. Gaurav, how old would be this tree?
I think this, considering the stem and the growth, this could be the root runner of the same species. So all the species, all the oleodis are which are growing here, they could be either connected or the would be a seedling of from the same plant. So this could be easily at least 50 to 60 years old, because it grows very, very slow, and there has to be some old tree which is not here, because this is usually a climbing shrub which takes support and then develops itself.
Okay. So this one tree is, you are saying, around 50 to 60 years old?
Yes.
And how many of these trees are we seeing in this area?
I think in this particular guild I could spot at least 2.
Okay. So when we are doing our survey, we note down the name of species, we note down the count, how many of these trees are found in that one particular guild that we are observing, and then how much area this particular tree is covering in the horizontal space. So let's look at this tree, Salvadora oleodis, and the count is 2.
Another species that I could spot and which are like greater in number is the karir. Care, we also call it care, which is Caparis decidua. It's a leafless plant which remains leafless almost throughout the year. It's thorny, and again it grows very, very slow. You could see this is the plant, and there are at least 7 plants around this guild that I could easily count.
When we are surveying a forest, we have to also identify the different layers that are very much visible in a natural forest. As Dr. Miyawaki says, a natural forest is so dense that you can't even walk into it. Now, this is the reason why you can't even walk into a natural forest which is multi-layered. So, at one particular layer, we are having the Salvadora pilu tree. Now, this grows in the second layer or third layer, but at the ground level, at the bottommost layer or the shrub layer, we are having a tree known as the karir tree, and when you try to walk into it, you won't be able to, because this tree is covering the bottommost layer. Later on, it can grow up to the sub tree layer also. So different layers should be considered separate from each other when we are surveying a natural forest, and then we should identify what percentage of the area, total area, this tree covers on the ground. So we will note down the name of the species, number of times we are spotting the species in this area, and how much area it is covering in the layer it is present. By doing this, we will be able to create databases of all the layers, and when we will plant our forest by covering all the different layers, we will be able to make a forest which is so dense that one can't even walk into it. So the third species we have identified here in this guild is
Gangani.
it's Gangani. It's also known as falsa. It's a fruit bearing species which belongs to shrub layer, or one layer after the shrub layer, subtree layer probably, right?
Yes.
Okay. The fourth species is Shatavari, which grows as a climber, if I'm not wrong.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So it grows as a climber and finally it reaches the higher layers. So which species do you think it belongs to?
I think it will be more in shrub category because it's growing from the bottom, climbing and then spreading its entire canopy.
Okay. So far in this guild, we have found 4 different species. Can you name all the 4 species we have
Yes, the
identified?
first one is the bigger tree, which is a major which has the major coverage of this guild, is Pilu salvadora oleodis. Second one is Care, which is both on the ground cover and also in the shrub category. We found 8 of these seedlings, 8 of these trees growing, and which has 50% coverage. Third species is the Gangani or Grevia tenax, whose orange fruits that you are seeing here, that belongs to shrub category again, and these are the highest in number. Around 11 specimens are observed in this guild, and though it's a very tiny, it's not spread much, so it covers around 8% of the shrub layer in this category. Fourth one is the shrub. We have only observed 3 of them, and it is just a small climber which doesn't take much space on the ground, but it grows up and spreads itself. So we are roughly putting around 4 to 5% shrub layer to that species.
So fourth one is Shatavari, which belongs to the shrub layer. It occupies what percentage of area?
5 to 6%.
5 to 6%. All right. So continuing our jungle survey, so far we have identified 4 different species of trees of 3 different layers. Let's go to another guild in which we have found one more new species. So right now we are at the guild number 2 which we are surveying. This is a large forest with many guilds. This is the second guild that we have come to, and this is the 5th species. Name is Arni in local language that we have found. It's a very nice aromatic flowering species. It never grows on its own. It always grows in guild. Here we are seeing career tree on which this species is dependent. So it grows as a climber first and then becomes huge like a tree. So you can see 2 trees growing in this combination. Now many people ask us that if we plant our trees at such a high density, 3 to 5 seedlings per square meter, will they ever get a chance to grow because of their close proximity? However, you can see in nature how close they grow. It's even denser than 3 or 5 trees per square meter. So nature also makes trees grow very close to each other because that's when they are able to support each other. And we have seen this combination and many more combinations like these where trees are supporting each other and growing to their fullest. So this is a great new learning for us and 5th species in our survey. Gaurav, are we planting this species also in the forest that we are making?
Yes. So almost all the 4 species that we have spotted, these are being planted in our forest.
Yeah. So all the species that we plant in our forest, the selection of these species come from the learning that happens during these forest surveys.
ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਬੀੜ ਹੈ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੋ?
ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਚਪਨ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ
So we are in our forest survey, and during this survey we met Babaji, who has been living in this area since his childhood, and he has been telling us about history of the place. So there are few species of trees which he mentioned, like tali, which is a tree used for making furniture, and because of that this tree has gone almost extinct from this area. And he told us about many wild animals that he used to see in this area as a child: deers, various types of snakes, pythons, porcupines, wild boars, etc. So if we wouldn't have started cutting down this forest, or wouldn't have interfered in this forest, kept it natural the way it was, probably we would have seen many more species of trees. And in his opinion also, the kind of priority we should give to our trees which are originally found, then only we will be able to bring back the lost environment, the environment which used to be at this particular place, instead of planting any ornamental trees. So in this forest we also found that there is no ground cover. The grasses, shrubs which would have acted as fringe and mantle community are totally destroyed. During the survey, Babaji told us that there used to be 2-3 different types of grasses, a lot of mushrooms in this jungle. Now that a lot of soil erosion has happened, the grasses have completely gone. Sunlight directly reaches the forest floor, and you can see that moisture in this forest is not as much as it would have been in a natural forest if it would have been covered with mulch or humus. So as much as it is important to protect the trees of the forest, we should also focus on bringing back the lost community of grasses and shrubs that grows around the forest, because without these communities of shrubs and grasses, we can never make a complete forest. A forest is not just made up of trees, but also the smaller plants and grasses which acts as a boundary to this forest, and in scientific terms they are called fringe and mantle communities. So we will make a forest of these trees. We will also identify the grasses that are native to the place and plant them all around our forest. We have just now finished our survey at Bir Sikhawala in Faridkot, and we have identified 5 different species of trees here in this small area. We have seen number of guilds, 3 types of guilds primarily, combination of trees which occur again and again in nature, trees that grow together in groups. So Gaurav is going to tell you about the 3 different guilds that we have seen.
The mainly that we observed were the Khejdi, Shatavari and Jal. They were like multiple times found together. And another one was Arni, Kher and Gangeti. All 3 were several times repeated in several locations. The major one was Khejdi, Pilwan, Gangeti and Jal. So all these 4 species were always clubbed together and spread across a vast area in specific clusters.
So we are going to plant many more trees that we will identify during the survey in nearby areas, in nearby jungles. Out of the species combination that we have, we are going to replicate the same guilds when we will be planting our forest at the site where we are going to make a forest of 1313 trees. So we have identified at least 2 major species here. We have identified 4 different layers of trees here. We have identified 3 different types of guilds. So we'll take this combination in our notes, move to another location and add few more species to our list until we reach a number which covers almost all the species of trees that we have seen in evidence, in documentation found in this area, which tells us about the native vegetation of this particular geography. Thank you so much for staying with us and learning how to make the list of species. In the next video, we are going to go for a tour in a native forest nursery to procure the seedlings that we have selected for our project. So stay with us and let's go to the nursery together. These seeds are also going to be planted in the bed, and from there we are going to germinate seedlings out of them. So there are many such examples. This is our Khejdi seed. This goes in bed or directly?
These directly goes in the poly bag.
In the poly bag. So there are some seeds which may not need a bed like this. Let me show you an example. So this is the main area of our nursery where we are growing all the seedlings. Now there are different types of seedlings growing here. Now to germinate a chamrod seedling, what we do is we take a plastic bag which is longer. Instead of taking bags with less depth, we try to find longer bags because they support the growth of the main root, the tap root. What we do to germinate seedlings of seeds that are big in size, instead of putting them in a bed first and then pulling it out of the bed and putting it in the plastic bag, we directly put them in a plastic bag. We dig a small hole and we put 2 seeds in this small hole together and just cover them up with soil. Now there are seeds with extremely delicate root system which grows rapidly. These type of seeds should not be planted in the seed bed, because when we are pulling them out of the bed, there are chances that we may break their roots. So for these type of seeds, it's better to try germinating these seeds directly in the plastic bag. We have to make sure that the soil of the medium in which we are growing our seeds, this soil, should be so soft that you should be able to dig it with your hands. The soil should have enough nutrition in it, and there should be holes in this bag as well. So when we water these seedlings, the additional water, the extra water should flow out of this bag through the soil. Now this is a grown example of these seedlings. We would have put the seed in the plastic bag a few months ago, and you can see how they have grown. So because we are putting 2 seeds in each bag, many a times we will see 2 seedlings in one plastic bag. During the plantation, either we plant both of them together, or sometimes if both the seedlings are big enough, we are going to plant them separately. However, we recommend to plant this seedling bag as it is just after removing the bag. So this is another example of growing the seedling. Let me show you some other seedlings which we have grown out of cuttings. In most of the forest, the plants always grow through the seed. That's how nature works, and we always recommend to germinate the seedlings out of the seeds. That's why we call them seedlings instead of saplings. However, in nature, many a times trees spread themselves. Instead of seeds, they use their roots. They send their roots as runners, and new seedlings would be germinated out of these roots. The DNA of the tree, of the mother tree, and the trees that are growing out of the root is going to be the same. Similarly, when we are making our seedlings through the cutting, or I would rather call them saplings, when we are making our saplings through the cuttings, the DNA of all the plants that are growing out of these cuttings is going to be the same if the cuttings are taken from the same tree. So even when we are growing the saplings out of these cuttings, make sure that you are taking cuttings from various trees for the sake of genetic diversity. The way these cuttings are made is a small part of the stem is cut, which is planted right into the plastic bag, and the open area, the exposed area, is usually covered by cow dung. Now this cow dung has enough microbes that will keep the plant alive, and they will prevent the plant from becoming dry. Also, the cow dung protects this area from any infection, from any pest that can make an entry from this opening at the stem level. Here the new stem will start growing out of this small stem. Now this small stem is going to become the trunk, and thereafter a new stem will start to grow. When we will plant this, there will be a root system that would be developing just under the main stem, and we are going to plant this entire root system in our forest mound, just like we plant seedlings germinated from the seeds, and it is going to mimic how it happens in a natural forest. However, this is not the best methodology of growing seedlings. We should avoid growing seedlings out of cuttings as much as we can. However, in some cases, we might have to go with the cuttings as well. Try to make this process 100% natural, like we are using the cow dung instead of using any inorganic material. Let me show you a few more species that we are going to plant in our forest. This is the pilu tree, the Salvadora oleosis tree that we found in our survey. This is one of the major species. And you can see we have grown these seedlings directly out of the seeds. These seeds were planted right in these bags, and now small seedlings have started to grow out of these seeds. It will take some time for all these seeds to germinate. It was planted almost a month ago, and we are seeing that almost 50% of seeds have germinated already. So it's a process of patience. We might have to wait for years, 2 to 3 years also sometimes in case of very hard seeds, but eventually we will be able to reach at a level that all the species that we are planting are grown in our in-house nursery itself, and that reduces the cost of any project dramatically, because the main component of making any forest is the plants that we are going to plant. And right now in India or most parts of the world, native species seedlings are extremely expensive because there is no demand. It's difficult to germinate them, it's difficult to collect the seeds of these native trees. The cost associated with them is very high. But eventually when we develop nurseries like this, the cost per square meter of forest making reduces dramatically. So we are in New Delhi right now, and now with the help of this nursery we are able to plant really large scale afforestation projects, and made up of seeds that are collected within Delhi and in the nearby Aravalli hills. Another example of forest is the fringe and mantle community around the deep jungle. So the forest that we plant is going to be a forest of trees and shrubs. However, it should be surrounded by fringe and mantle community, which protects the forest from soil erosion. It prevents the dry air in the atmosphere to enter the forest floor, which otherwise can dry it up and reduce the amount of biodiversity on the forest floor. So this fringe and mantle community is as important as the forest of trees that we are going to plant. So right now you see two types of grasses. So this is the grass called kans. It's a native grass. It grows quite tall, and it usually grows close to the river. So in Delhi where we are right now, this place is close to Yamuna river. Smaller grasses of this species were collected around the Yamuna river from the Yamuna river banks. Now we are propagating them in these plastic bags, and later on we can plant them anywhere and everywhere. Similarly, this is the khas grass. It's also known as vetiver. It has extremely good and broad root system. So this grass is extremely useful for holding the soil tightly together. This grass is propagated here in these bags using the root stalks, means a small part of the root would be planted here in this plastic bag, and the grass would start growing from it. So eventually you will see there will be a lot more grass coming out of the same plastic bag, and we can plant them anywhere around our forest as fringe and mantle community. We don't recommend planting this fringe and mantle community with the forest, but after a few months, maybe 8 to 10 months after planting the main forest of trees and shrubs. These are the cam seeds which we saw at the bed, at the germination bed, where we are breaking open these pods and using the seeds for germination on the bed. Once the smaller seedlings are germinated, they are pulled out and planted in smaller bags like these. Now you can also see that these bags are not very broad at the top, but the length of these bags is quite deep. The reason why we do this for this particular tree is because the root system of these trees grows vertically downwards. All the plants that can grow in arid regions, their roots grow very fast vertically downwards because that's where they are going to get moisture from. In arid places, there is less moisture on the surface and more moisture at the deeper levels. So the roots are also going to start growing deeper. And to facilitate that natural pattern of the root growth, we are using longer plastic bags rather than the broader ones. So out of the seed, we germinate a seedling on the germination bed. We pull out the small seedling, transfer it into the plastic bag, and here we can see all the plastic bags have a healthy seedling above them. We are going to wait a few more months when the seedling reaches height of 2.5 feet, and then we are going to procure them for plantation on our forest mound. There is one more way of germinating seedlings or the roots out of these seeds. This is a hingote seed and it's extremely strong, just like a stone. Now, in a nursery, it's extremely difficult to germinate these type of seeds by putting them directly in a bag or putting them on the germination bed. So what here Ram Shankar ji has done, he has devised this method where he takes the seed and covers it completely with soil. So this moist soil covers the seed all around. The small microbes in the soil are going to break open the outer cover of these seeds slowly. They are probably going to eat the outer shell and expose the inner part of the seeds to the outside world. And once you cover this seed with such moist soil, you keep it covered and you keep watering this jute cover so that the moisture is maintained under these seeds. So this was hingote. Similar process is done with the seeds of jhad bear. This is the jhad bear seed. You can see it's very hard. This is one of such seed with root coming out of it. ये रूट ऐसे नीचे चली जाती है, ऐसे नीचे चली जाती है जड़, तो जब हम इसे लगाएंगे ऐसे लगा देंगे, तो अब उठा के ले जा सकते हैं ऐसे मिट्टी में लगाने
ले जा सकते हैं। जो इसमें फुटाव होता है, जैसे फुटाव है नहीं, ये पौधा नहीं है। हाँ जी, ये सोर है,
जड़ है। हाँ, सोर। हाँ, ठीक है,
ये जड़ है, ये जाएगी पौधा तो ये बीज बनेगा।
सही है।
जो बीज की बीज है नहीं, उसकी फाग जो है, हाँ जी, वो निकलेगा, वो पेड़ बनता है।
ठीक है। So this is the main root, also called sore in Hindi. This seed is ready for, to be taken to the plastic bag and planted there. This immediately will start to become the main root, and this seed, whatever is inside this seed, is going to become the main plant. And this is how we are going to germinate the seeds of extremely hard coating. So this is the nursery of Edible Roots Foundation. In last 3-4 years, we have been working very closely with them to make sure that we are getting the most authentic seedlings collected from the native trees of the nearby places. Now, this is not an extremely difficult endeavor. The nursery was started by people who really are hobbyists and volunteers, but it has reached a level where most of the professional forest makers or professional tree planters, like us as well, are procuring seedlings from these guys. It's not that difficult for anyone to start a nursery like this. In this small nursery, we have around 55 species of native trees, and most of the afforestation projects in this entire National Capital Region of India are dependent on this small nursery. Every authentic tree planter, forest maker is procuring seedlings from here. So we would love to see many more of our forest maker friends to start their own nurseries like these. Even if it is a small setup, but if it is an authentic setup, it is going to help the entire afforestation hobbyists, professionals, and going to bring back a lot of biodiversity that's nowhere to be seen in our cities anymore. Hope you liked the tour of the nursery. Hope you learned from our experience, our visits to these nurseries. And I hope that this small tour will inspire you to start your own nursery, which is eventually going to bring back a lot of our lost native forests. Thank you very much. Hi. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout this nursery tour. In the next video, we are going back to our site to learn how to make sure that our site is ready to be made a forest on it. So stay with us and we'll go through a site readiness check. Thank you. Welcome to our site. This is the place where we are going to make our forest. We are in the village Pattohira Singh in Punjab. The first thing that we do when we come to a new site is make note of a few things. We have to note down the location of the place where we write the name of that particular place. We note down the GPS coordinates which we can easily find on our mobile phone. We find the altitude of our site using an app called Compass in our mobile phone. We find out the annual rainfall at that particular place in millimeters and make a note of it. Later on, we will be using this data to calculate how much water our site needs whenever we water it. We find the orientation of our site, if it is sloping in any direction. We find the degree of our slope, if it has slope on it. We also find if there is a body of water close to our site. It could be a river, a pond, or even ocean, sea. The vegetation changes with the proximity of water body. So we will also find the distance from the water body to our site. Once we make note of all these parameters of any particular site, we go through a checklist of some of the items which are essential for growth of a forest. We are going to start with the checklist to check all the items that are essential for growth of our forest. The most essential item for the growth of any forest is availability of sunlight. Plants need to photosynthesize, and for that they need good amount of sunlight. If the sunlight is blocked or obstructed, the forest may not grow as fast as it could when it is exposed to sunlight 100%. So we need to make sure that our site is totally exposed to sunlight and does not have shade of a building or a tree covering it. We need to make sure that our site does not have any drains, any pipes or wires going below the surface. During the making of our forest, we are going to do a lot of digging, and while digging the site, we might have these obstructions which are detrimental for the growth of our trees and also create issues while the project is being executed. We need to make sure that our site is clean and free from any metal, inorganic substance, toxic materials, etc. So we need to have a clean site with only natural elements fallen on it. We need to make sure that our site has a thorough presence of soil. If there is debris or any other material that is not natural to that place, has to be replaced with soil. We need to make sure that there is a water source with running water in it. To maintain moisture, we water our forest time to time, and we have to water our forest right on day one, immediately after the plantation, and also regularly at least for the first 2 years. So presence of water is extremely important for us to maintain a forest. We need to have some extra space where we can unload the biomass when it arrives to our site. So apart from the area on which we are going to plant the forest, we have to have some space dedicated for unloading of the biomass. Similarly, we have to have some space dedicated for unloading of the seedlings that are going to arrive on the site. At this place where we are going to keep our seedlings, we should have shade net covering the area. Also, we should have availability of water so that we can maintain the moisture in our seedlings. We need to make sure that the site is protected from cattle and people. There should be a fencing, a boundary wall surrounding the area in which we are going to make the forest. This is needed at least for the first 2 years, because when the trees are small, they can be eaten away easily by the cattle or stray animals. However, once they are big enough, then we might even not need the fencing or a boundary around it. We need to make sure that there is enough space for labor to rest while the project execution is going on. This space is also used for them to freshen up, drink water, have their meals. We need to have a site office where we can display the progress charts, the design of the forest, the species list, the bill of materials, and all the monitoring aspects of the project, like tree growth, growth of the girth, survival rate of the seedlings in the forest. All this is going to be monitored at the site office. We also use this office for our daily meetings. So for every large project, it is essential for us to have a site office. We should also have an equipment storage area on our site. It's a room which can be locked. After finishing our work, we clean all our tools and keep them at their designated place in this particular room. The key of this room is always with one person who comes to the site every day. So every day we are not going to take the tools away from the site. These tools are always kept at the site throughout the execution of the project. We usually do this in large projects because the people who are coming to the site for work, they keep changing. However, the tools remain at the site, so we do not have any problems even with new people showing up every day. We need to confirm that there is enough maintenance staff to maintain the forest. Even before starting the project execution, we make sure that there is enough arrangements for the people who are going to maintain the forest by watering and removal of weeds. This is essential maintenance activity and it is going to be needed for at least first 2 years. So before we start the project, we have to make sure that there is staff available who is going to visit the forest at a fixed frequency and maintain the forest. We need to make sure that there is no overhead wires going above our site. Sometimes we make the forest and later on we have to prune the trees because of these obstructions. So even before starting the project, if we make sure that there is no obstacle above the ground, even after 5-6 years, we have to make sure that there is no overhead wires going through the site. We have to make sure that there are no trees on our site already. If there are trees on our site already, we need to make sure that there are native trees. Later on, we can prune these trees for them to allow the sunlight to reach the small seedlings that we are going to plant around them. If there are non-native trees on our site, we have to totally remove them. Trees that are native do not go very well with the non-native trees. So we remove the non-native trees, and if there are native trees, we are going to prune them. We need to make sure that there is a good access road to the site. During the project execution, we are going to bring earth movers, tractor trolleys, trucks to our site to make sure that there is easy transport of materials and easy access for the earth movers, the digging machine to our site. We need to make sure that there is access road which can bring all these vehicles to our sites directly. So for every project, we go to the site with our site readiness check sheet, make sure that all the points available in these sheets are considered okay, and if there is something which is not available, any point which is not okay, we are going to register it as an open issue. Later on, all these open issues are to be addressed and to be solved within the dates of project execution. We will never start a project without making sure that all the points available in site readiness check sheet is okay. So here in Pattohira Singh, we are going to go through all these points one by one and confirm if our site is ready to be made a forest on it or not. We are on our site at the biomass unloading area. As you can see, there are two heaps of two different materials, manure and the husk. For every single place, we have put a board with its name on it so that whenever the material arrives, it can be unloaded at the right place. As you can see, this biomass unloading area is right after the access path. So the truck comes from the main gate to the site, it unloads the material here and another material next to it in its designated place. So we have two more biomass unloading area, one for paddy husk and another one for the mulch. We are at our seedling storage area or the on-site nursery. So our nursery should be accessible from the main road. So the access road ends here. It brings all the biomass to the biomass unloading area, and from there we arrive at our nursery. The truck comes directly here and we unload the saplings, keep them at all the places which are designated for each and every species that's there in our species list. Our site is right opposite of this nursery, so that easily we can take the seedlings from the nursery and take them for plantation. As you can see, every seedling has a board with the name clearly written on it. We also put tags on the seedlings so that later on we can match the name and keep the seedlings at the right place. Not all of us can identify the trees that we are buying, but we can match the name and keep them separately. This nursery should have watering arrangement so that we can maintain the moisture in our seedlings whenever they are kept inside for storage while the project execution is going on. This place should also have a shade net which cuts the sunlight so that the seedlings kept here does not have direct sunlight falling on them. Just like a natural forest, seedlings should not get exposed to direct sunlight, because plant will get exposure to direct sunlight only when it has grown tall or only when it has been planted. At this stage, we try to keep our seedlings protected from sunlight so that the moisture is conserved, and we maintain the moisture by watering them almost every day once. We are at the tools area of our site. Our site is very close to this area, just opposite to it, and this area is used during the daytime when the work on the site is going on. We will bring all our tools out of the equipment storage room and keep them here. We make sure that every single tool has a designated space with a board on it which has the name of the tool. So whenever we are doing the execution, we come to this tools area, pick up the tool that's required and go to the site, work with it, bring it back and keep at the same place wherever its designated place is. We can identify that place by looking at the name board. However, here at this site, we have an issue. The issue is that all the boards are not sticking to the ground. Though the nameplates are available, but this board should have some space or a stick to which it is attached so that the board doesn't move. Otherwise, what usually happens is when the tools have gone to the site for their use, the board would be lying just like this on the site. They will get mixed or they can get lost, and eventually we won't be able to know where to keep the tools, where is the designated areas of all these tools. Also, this is a substandard activity. So right now we are noting it down as one of the open issues, and later on this open issue will be addressed within a day. All the boards are going to be attached to a stick and then we are going to stick them into the ground. So this is how we prepare our tools storage area on site. We wanted to show you the protection which is important for making of any forest. Behind me there is a 8 feet high boundary wall, and this wall is running throughout the property. This site is protected from cattle or any human intervention. There is an access gate using which people can come and go. Otherwise, this site is totally protected. We also have to protect our site from invasive species or any exotic species that is growing close to the site. Reason being, we do a lot of soil preparation, and in this fertile soil, any seed of any tree that falls starts to grow very quickly, especially the invasive non-native trees. Behind me is a gulmohar tree. Now this tree is a non-native tree. However, it is being considered a native tree in India because of the name. It sounds very Indian. And it grows really fast. It spreads a wide canopy. This might be a good case of an ornamental tree taking over our native forest. Because of its ornamental value, it has been planted all over the country. And when the seeds of a gulmohar tree falls around it, it starts to spread. So we have seen cases where by mistake somebody has planted a gulmohar tree in one of our forests, and the gulmohar tree has dominated the forest in a way that it has killed a number of native trees that we have planted around it. So we should always cross check about the nativity of our trees. We should always avoid planting our forest close to non-native trees. In this case, the shadow of this old gulmohar tree is going to fall on the forest floor, where it will obstruct the sunlight. So ideally, we should remove this old non-native gulmohar tree so that later on the seeds of this tree doesn't fall on our mound, and also it doesn't block the sunlight for our small seedlings in the beginning of the forest. We have to remove all the non-native old trees growing close to our forest making site, and if there would have been a native tree instead of this gulmohar tree, we would have pruned the branches and kept the tree. Later on, when the forest would have grown, it would have mixed with the old tree, and it would have looked like as if the forest spreads all around this old native tree. However, in this case, we will remove the gulmohar tree. We are at our site office. Now, site office is a place where we usually conduct all our on-site meetings, and we also maintain a board in the site office where we show the entire progress of the project. This board has bill of materials, means all the items that are needed to make our forest are listed. This is also our shopping list, also the list of materials which we use as a check sheet. So we will take this bill of materials with us, go to the site and confirm the availability of each and every material in right quantity. Similarly, we have the list of species here. It also tells us how many species are available on site, how many species of trees are supposed to arrive. It also tells us per mound, means for every 100 square meters, how many numbers of every single species we are going to plant. We also maintain an open issue sheet. Every single problem that is registered during our site visit is highlighted here on this open issue sheet. We also note down the date and the person who registers this open issue, also the person who is responsible, and the date by which the open issue is supposed to get closed. This sign tells us about the status of every single open issue. Once the open issue is resolved, the status becomes OK with a circle, green color circle. If it is not resolved at all, we put a cross in red color, so that every single problem during the execution gets highlighted. Open issue sheet is maintained. This is the organization, the team which is running the project. Their contact numbers, their responsibilities are listed here. And this is the very first sheet, the site readiness check sheet. And we start to use this sheet even before we would have set up the site. So this is our site office and this is our execution board. This board will be used every day at least 2 to 3 times for all our meetings. And even after finishing the project execution, this board will continue to get maintained. All the forest growth monitoring is going to be displayed on this board. Thank you. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the site readiness check. Now that we have checked our site and it is ready to make our forest, we are going to design where to put the forest, where to put the material unloading area and all the other things that are essential for making of a forest. So stay with us, and in the next session we are going to learn about design. Thank you. Hi, in this video we are going to learn about how to design our forest. Design has to be started right at the master planning stage, primarily for the reason that we need to know exactly in square meters how much area our forest is going to cover. We need to know this area because we are going to buy the seedlings, all the materials required to make our forest based on the calculation of the area. Also, we need to make a good design for the ease of execution of the project. We need to make sure that there is a proper pathway which brings all the materials to the site easily. We need to designate some area for materials unloading, also for keeping the seedlings close to our forest. So whenever we make a forest, in the design itself, we keep some area aside for mixing the materials, unloading the materials, keeping our seedlings on site, labor resting area, etc. The prime most consideration in making of your forest is the width of your forest. Ideally, your forest should be at least 4 meters wide, especially if you are planting it in a country like India, where we have all 4 layers in most of the country. The reason being we have to have 4 meters width is because we want to make an opaque forest, a forest through which you won't be able to see through. To get a feel of the forest when you are walking amongst strips of forest like this, the width should be at least 4 meters wide. Otherwise, when you are inside the forest, you will be able to see through it. Especially if you are planting a strip along the boundary of a property, to give you a feel of privacy, at least 4 meters wide width is required. However, using the Miyawaki method of afforestation, you can plant even narrower strips. We have seen and also planted strips of forest which are just 1 meter wide. However, it starts to look like a tree plantation instead of a forest if it is that narrow. When you design the forest area, make sure it is at least 4 meters wide and also leave at least 1 to 2 meters of additional space around the forest area. If you are planting your forest as a strip, make sure your strip is 4 meters wide and then add additionally 1 to 1.5 meters of space on both sides so that you can plant your fringe and mantle community in this additional space. The rest of the area beyond the fringe and mantle community can be used for planting grasses and herbs. A lot of people ask us, how far away should a forest be from an existing building? If your soil is prepared well, to be honest, none of the roots are going to penetrate into the concrete. Provided a choice, a root will always penetrate into soft soil rather than penetrating into concrete. However, if your forest and building are at least 2 meters apart, there will be a column of light and air passage which facilitates the growth of the forest, and also it provides the building the kind of air and sunlight that it would need. So we recommend a distance of 2 meters between the forest and building. For large afforestation projects, the entire design has to be broken down into mounds of 100 square meters each. So if we are making a forest in 1 hectare area, we will be planting 100 square meters patches of forest 100 times. So every project we execute, we break it down into mounds of equal size, whether it is 100 square meters or 200 square meters. Between these mounds, we leave at least 1 meter distance so that we can create a maintenance walkway, a maintenance path on which the maintenance people can walk through when they are watering the forest or when they are entering the forest area for removal of weeds. If you are designing a walkway which takes a person through the forest, make sure that it is wide enough that even after the trees are grown, the walkway doesn't narrows down. Usually we leave a distance of 3 to 4 meters between the two edges of the forest. So the walkways are usually 1.5 to 2 meters wide. The effective width of these walkways are 1.5 to 2 meters if we leave a distance of 4 meters between the two edges of the forest. So some of the space is going to be consumed by fringe and mantle community, which has to be there at the edges of the forest, and a lot of trees are going to develop their canopies, which comes and closes down this walkway. So for the initial few years, maybe first 5 to 6 years, a number of branches are going to be penetrating into the walkway, even at the eye level or at the level where people would be walking. So to avoid that type of discomfort, the walkways should be wide enough that in spite of the growth of the trees into the walkway area, a person can walk through it comfortably. So these are some of the considerations which one has to take in designing the forest. We are practicing something called forestscaping, where we are offering forest making as a replacement of conventional landscaping. So be as creative as you would like to be and create beautiful forests which facilitates human interaction. Usually these forests are so dense one can't even walk through them. So it's essential for us to design them in a way that people can also use them and experience nature while they are being in center of a city. Thank you. Thanks a lot for staying with us throughout the design session. Now that we have learned how to design our forest, we are going to learn how to test our soil and how to improve it in order to mimic it as the soil of a healthy natural forest. So stay with us and we are going to learn how to work with soil. Thank you. So we have just now finished collecting the topsoil sample. We do it by scraping away all the grass and weeds growing on the soil. Scrape them out. We dig using a trowel 2 to 3 inches and collect this sample, put it in a Ziploc bag, mark it. Later on we are going to give away these samples for testing. We will identify the physical texture of our soil, what type of soil it is, and we can also give it for lab testing or test it using a soil testing kit for nitrogen and organic carbon. In order to convert our soil into soil that is as healthy and fertile as soil of a natural forest, we have to add few types of biomasses in it. Primarily to improve its water retention capacity, its perforation capacity so that water can seep in easily into our soil, and also roots can penetrate easily into our soil. Also we try to enhance the nutrition available in our soil and make it a soil, a medium that promotes the growth of microorganisms. Colonies of small microscopic animals, microscopic organisms should be able to thrive in the soil in which we are going to plant our forest. Now, there is no ideal type of soil. People ask us which is the best soil to make a forest on it. However, every native tree grows in the kind of soil that is available in that particular geography. In arid places where soil is usually sandy, all the native trees would have adapted themselves to grow in sandy soil. Similarly, if the soil is clay, there would be some species of trees that grow much better in clay compared to any other type of soil. So unlike gardening or any other modern plantation activity, we do not focus on making the ideal soil. What we try to do is, we take the existing soil and improve its water retention capacity, perforation capacity, nutrition content, and its ability to hold life in it, the microscopic life in it. So let's understand how to identify the amount of biomass to be mixed in our soil. What we have done is, based on the issues every single type of soil have, we have identified an ideal ratio in which we should mix biomass in our soil. So we have developed a table which tells per square meter how many kilograms of perforation material to be added, how many kilograms of water retention material to be added per square meter, and how many kilograms of nutrition to be added per square meter based on the nitrogen content in the soil or the organic carbon in the soil. Anywhere in the world, there could be 11 types of soils. The small particles out of which this soil has been made would have been rock long ago. Rocks are usually powdered by organisms like lichens, or the roots of growing trees would penetrate into the rock, crack it, and eventually with time, over a few 100,000 years, rocks will get converted into small particles and form soil. Now all these particles are never going to be of same size. Smaller the particle, the soil is going to be more clay-like. Bigger the particle size, soil will be more sand-like. A good ratio of clay, sand is going to make something called loam. So anywhere in the world, soil is categorized in 3 different categories: sand, silt and clay. Sand is larger particle size, clay is very small particle size made up of heavy particles. Silt is also extremely fine small particle size but made up of lighter elements, so usually it floats whenever there are floods. There won't be any pure sand, pure silt, pure clay wherever you will be making a forest. Usually the soil is a combination of sand, silt, clay. Now if you take a little bit of this soil and put it under a microscope, you will be able to see different particles of different sizes making up this soil. If you count these particles and categorize them in big, small, very small categories, you will be able to find out the percentage of sand, silt, clay in it. Bigger particles will be adding up to the sand percentage, smaller particles will be adding up to silt or clay percentage. However, there is an easier way to test your soil. What we usually do is, we take some soil from our site. In this example, this is the soil from our site. We have collected it a few centimeters below the surface. We will take one more sample from depth of 1 meter, and we might even take samples even from deeper soils like 2.5 meters to 3 meters. So I am holding a soil sample. We collected it in a form of lump. Later on we broke it down to convert it into powder like this. Now this soil, we don't know what type of particle it is made up of. What we are going to do, we are going to add a little bit of water in it. So once we add water to the soil, the particles have started to stick with each other. If we would not have been able to make a ball of this soil, the kind of ball that you see here, this soil would have been pure sand. Sand particles are so big in size that they can't stick to each other. So this is confirmed that this soil is not pure sand. We will try to make a good mixture of this soil with water so that it becomes a ball like this. If required, we can add more water to it. Ultimately, we should be able to make a ball out of our soil. So this is how our ball of soil looks like. It's confirmed that it is not sand because we are able to make a ball. So the next stage in our soil texture testing is we will take this ball and try to make tapes out of it. If we are not able to make a tape out of this ball, our soil would be loamy sand. Because primarily our soil will be sand, however, because it has some loam content in it, the particles are able to stick together. But there is not enough loam in the soil that it can make a tape. So let's see if we can make tape of this soil or not. So we'll make tapes of our soil and let them break on their own weight. We'll make a few tapes and measure the length of this tape. Alright, so we will measure these tapes in centimeters. The length of first tape is around 3.8 centimeters. Second tape is 4.5 centimeters. And the last one is around 5 centimeters. So repeatedly we are seeing the tape is close to 4.5 centimeters. So if the length of this tape is less than 2.5 centimeters, the soil type is loam. If the length is between 2.5 centimeters to 5 centimeters, the soil type is clay loam. And if the tapes are longer than 5 centimeters, in this case there is one sample which is longer than 5 centimeters, however just above 5 centimeters. So I am still considering the length which is less than 5 centimeters, 4.5 centimeters. So if these tapes are much longer than 5 centimeters, like 7 centimeters, 8 centimeters, the soil is clay or a type of clay. So right now, because our soil is around 4.5 centimeters in tape length, we are going to consider it as clay loam. However, this soil type will also have one more subtype of soil which we will identify based on the size of the particles mixed in it. What we are going to do is, we are going to take a little bit of soil in our palm, add some drops of water to it using our index finger, and we will rub it on our palm. This will expose the smaller particles in the soil, and we will try to feel the particles. Often we close our eyes and try to feel if we are feeling the part of this soil is gritty like sugar or smooth like talcum powder or corn flour. Now here I can even see that some of the particles are really big in size. Bringing this mixture of soil close to my ear, and when I try to rub these particles between my fingers close to my ears, I hear really coarse sound as if I am holding some sand particles close to my ear and trying to rub them together. This means that there is some sand content in this soil. So the soil type becomes sandy clay loam. So our soil type here is sandy clay loam. Now if instead of these sandy particles I would have faced extremely smooth particles without any grittiness, those particles would have been silt particles, and my soil would have been silt clay loam. If the soil wouldn't have been smooth like talcum powder or gritty like sugar grains or sand grains, then it would have been simply clay loam. So I would identify this soil as sandy clay loam based on the length of the tape, and sandy based on my experience of rubbing this soil between my index finger and my palm. Similarly, we are going to identify different types of soil like sandy clay loam, clay loam. There are totally 11 types of soil. Based on the length of the tape, we are going to identify whether it's loam, clay loam or clay, and based on their nature, based on their texture, when we rub them between our index finger and palm, we are going to identify where they are silty or sandy. So this is how we identify our soil texture. Now, in this tutorial, we are showing you a list of all the types of soil corresponds to how many kilograms of perforation material and water retention material to be mixed in it. Now it is very clear, if the soil is made up of clay or soil is made up of small particles, clay particles, they are so small that they do not allow the water molecules to seep through them. There is no gap between the molecules of clay. The perforation capacity of clay is very low. Similarly, if the soil is made up of sand or sandy particles, if you pour a liter of water on sand, immediately it will disappear into the sand. Means sand has really good perforation capacity, but its water retention capacity is extremely low. It cannot hold the water. So whenever we are working with sandy soil, we have to add more amount of water retention material in it. Whenever we are working with clay soil, we have to add a lot of perforation material and water retention material to it. When we are working with loam, loam is a good mixture of sand, silt, clay. So we might not have to add as much as water retention material as much we add for sand. So based on the capacity of the soil to let the water seep in, capacity of the soil to retain the moisture, retain the water, we are going to mix these three different types of materials in our soil. For water retention, usually we use biomass of any plant that used to hold water like sugar cane or coconut peat. For perforation, we use material that is crunchy in nature like rice husk or husk of any other plant. For water retention, we also use compost, which acts as manure. It provides nutrition to the soil, and also it carries a huge amount of microorganisms. And just like our bodies are made up of 75-80% water, their bodies are also made up of water in general. So they bring a lot of moisture to the soil. So by adding more compost, water retention material, we can fix the moisture in the soil. By adding a lot of perforation material like husk of various plants, we can improve soil's perforation capacity in which water can seep in and roots can also penetrate easily. So that's all about working with soil. That's all about finding the type of soil and how to make our soil suitable for growth of a healthy natural forest. Now, to prepare a healthy natural forest, we have to prepare the soil as good as forest floor of a healthy, natural and an old forest. In an old forest, the forest floor is always moist. It has softness of a kind that roots can penetrate into it easily. It absorbs a lot of water and retains it. The biodiversity of microorganisms, earthworms and many other insects thrives in this forest soil. Termites, rodents, ants, animals like these make the soil complete, and they are also part of the same forest that we are going to plant. So we have to make sure that our soil preparation is so good that it not just benefits the flora that we are going to plant on it, but also the soil fauna. How do we convert our soil into soil as healthy and fertile as soil of a natural forest? So this is the soil from our side. You can see it is just minerals. It does not have any biomass in it. Ideally, the soil should be full of biomass, leaves, twigs, dead bodies of the animals living on the soil, all of them get mixed together and make this soil full of microorganisms and enzymes. So here we have 3 different types of biomasses. This biomass is husk from wheat, this is husk from paddy, and this is the compost from native cows, desi cows. This manure has a huge amount of microbes in it. It also provides the soil a lot of nutrition, which will help the trees grow faster when they are young. So what we are going to do, we are going to take some of our soil and mix these 3 different types of biomass in it, and later you will be able to see the kind of difference which this biomass makes to the soil. So the first step of soil preparation is we take the biomass for perforation. This is also for perforation and nutrition plus water retention. So the manure has huge amount of microbes in it. All these microbes are made up of water just like our bodies. So when we mix good amount of compost or manure in our soil, it improves its water retention capacity and also content of nutrition in the soil. Similarly, these 2 biomasses improves the perforation capacity, and it also acts as food for the microbes available in the soil. So this biomass will be consumed by the microbes in 5 to 6 months, microbes that are present in the soil, present in the manure that we are mixing. And we prepare a biomass mix. So behind me you are seeing a earth mover continuously mixing these 2-3 materials and preparing this biomass mix. I am showing you a sample in small form where I am making this biomass mixture. The right way of making this mixture is all the biomass should be completely broken down. If there are clumps like these, they should be broken down and thoroughly mixed. Once this biomass is thoroughly mixed, we will start to spread this mixture on our soil and then use the same earth mover to mix it with the soil. So this is how the biomass mixture looks like. It has all 3 biomasses in a fixed ratio. Sometimes we use many more types of biomasses. If available, we can use shredded grass or shredded biomass of any other material. We can take dung from 2-3 different animals, mammals, herbivorous animals, and use it in our soil. Here, for sake of example, I am taking some of our soil and going to mix it in this biomass. Now we are going to thoroughly mix this biomass with the soil. This is exactly the same thing we are going to do in the soil with the help of the earth mover that you see in the background. Dr. Miyawaki says your mixture of soil and biomass should be so soft that you can dig it with your hands. So the process of breaking down the soil also exposes the soil to the air, and aeration of soil happens, which helps the microbes to thrive because they also are dependent on oxygen as much as we are. So in this loose soil, which is full of manure, full of different types of biomasses, the roots of the plants are going to penetrate quite easily. Also, the biodiversity can move easily within this soil. They have enough food in form of this biomass that they can consume and continue to multiply. Sometimes the soil doesn't have enough microbes in it by itself, and that's the stage where we are going to use compost tea or Jeevamrit so that we can add these microbes to the soil. This is a mixture of diluted Jeevamrit. We are going to sprinkle a little bit of it on the soil and biomass mix and again thoroughly mix it. So now this soil has good amount of nutrition which we have introduced in form of manure. It has great perforation capacity which comes from biomasses like husk of wheat or paddy husk. These two biomasses provide enough food for all the microbes present in the soil, and it has great amount of microbes also, microbes from the soil of a natural forest, microbes from cow dung, cow urine, which are going to multiply in the soil and make this soil fertile and healthy for our forest. So now if you compare, this was the original soil and this is the soil that we have prepared. So if you look at it, just by looking at it, you will be able to tell which soil looks more healthy, and also eventually when you will smell it, the smell would have totally changed compared to the soil without all these biomasses in it. So this is how we prepare the soil for our forest. Later on you are going to see it on a large scale, but in a nutshell, this is the entire soil preparation methodology. We improve the perforation capacity, water retention capacity, nutrition of the soil, and also reintroduce the microbes in form of Jivamrit to our soil. Here we are preparing our soil by digging the soil till depth of 1 meter. We are going to excavate around 60 centimeters of the topsoil, keep it aside, and then we are going to take 50% of the biomass mix, spread it on the forest floor, on the dugout soil, go much deeper with the help of this machine, mix this 50% biomass with another 40 centimeters of our soil, and then take the 50% mixture, mix it with the dugout soil thoroughly and dump it back into the pit that we would have created. The soil is going to expand in volume, and this expanded volume will create a heap above the ground level. We have to shape this heap of soil in form of a mound. We'll mimic a train top so that eventually whenever we water our forest, there is no water stagnation on the surface or on the forest floor. We are going to leave 1 meter strip all around our forest. This 1 meter wide strip of soil, which is prepared with the same methodology, is going to be the space for fringe and mantle community. Once we finish the plantation, we are going to leave this strip well mulched, but we will not do any plantation on it. Later on, when our forest will be 8 months to 10 months old, we are going to plant a fringe or mantle community around it, which will mimic exactly how a natural forest exists in nature, a deep forest surrounded by grasses and shrubs. During this process, you would have seen many of our people working without safety shoes, without the helmets. We understand the safety requirements of our site and always emphasize on practicing the best safety practices and standards. However, here we also have to be considerate about the comfort of the labor which is working on site. The steel toe safety shoes or the gum boots are so hot that they cannot be used here for 6 to 8 hours a day, which is the normal working hours for us and all the people working with us. We will follow the best safety practices, but also to ensure the comfort of our people, we are allowing them to make a choice of whether they want to wear these shoes or not. So we are making this as an exception. In this video, you are going to see again and again many of the safety practices that we emphasize in our standard operating procedures not being practiced here. However, nobody is allowed to work close to the machinery and nobody is allowed to do any hazardous work. However, we are allowing people to use the rake, shovels, trowels without the safety shoes, which otherwise is a very strict safety requirement in all our SOPs. Hope you will understand this. During the soil preparation process, we have to be considerate about the compaction of the soil. The machine that you see behind me is a heavy machine. It weighs in tons, and this is going to be extremely detrimental to the health of the soil. This type of heavy machinery, which vibrates, the engine vibrates, it compacts the soil at extremely lower levels, whether it is a huge truck or an earth mover or a tractor. They are going to create compaction at those levels in which the roots usually grow, and the penetration of roots is going to become more and more difficult as much as our soil gets exposed to this heavy machinery. We have to make sure that entire soil on which we are going to work, the mound area, the place where we are going to plant our forest, should not be exposed to this type of machinery once the soil preparation is done. We use the arm, the boom of the machinery to do the digging, but we keep the machine away from the plantation area. Once the soil is softened, we have to make sure that in no way the machine should enter that plantation area, because the moment it does that, it starts the compaction, which will eradicate the entire work done by us on this soil. So please be considerate about the weight of this machine. Also please understand this is an unnatural process. Ideally we should not be using these heavy machineries on our soft soil, but right now we do not have any choice to mix all this material into our soil, and that's the reason why we are digging and using this heavy machinery. Otherwise we have to make sure that our soil is not exposed to any heavy machinery which creates compaction in soil. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now that we have learned about how to improve our soil physically, let's learn how to make compost tea or Jeevamrit to bring back the lost biodiversity of our soil. Hi. In India, we use Jeevamrit to reintroduce the microbiology into the soil. Our soil should be full of microbes that are found in the soil of a healthy natural forest, microbes that are found in the dung of herbivorous mammals. These microbes together make an ecosystem which supports the growth of our forest. To make 100 liters of Jeevamrit, we use gram flour, 1 kilogram, soil from an old tree which will have the microbes and the fungi available around the root zone of old trees, 1 kilogram. We use a little bit of oil so that it forms a thin layer above the mixture. We use some termite soil, around 1 kilo. It prevents the Jeevamrit from getting decayed during the process of fermentation. We use 5 kilograms of cow dung which comes from a desi cow. Desi cows are the cows with the hump on their back. We use jaggery, 1 kilogram. Jaggery is there for the microbes to feed on so that they can eat and multiply. The jaggery that we use in making of our Jeevamrit should be old and dark. We will never use jaggery which is processed by chemical. So the jaggery which is lighter in color or reddish in color is usually the jaggery processed using chemicals. To avoid that, we will go for the darkest color jaggery that is available. Older the jaggery, better it is. We use 5 liters of cow urine. Older the cow urine, better it is. So all of these microbes from the cow dung, cow urine, soil from the old tree are going to be fermented for a few days to form a concentrated solution, which we will later on dilute and provide directly at the root zone of the seedlings that we are going to plant, and also sprinkle it on the mound so that the soil has colonies of all the microbes that are important for the growth of our forest. We are on site with all the ingredients of Jeevamrit available with us, and in the following steps we are going to show you how to make Jeevamrit on site. Let's begin with diluting the cow urine with the other ingredients. So we are going to mix 1 kilogram of jaggery in 5 liters of old cow urine. Cow urine, older the cow urine, better it is. Similarly, older the jaggery, better it is. Our jaggery should be free from any chemical. Usually people use sulfur to make jaggery little bit colorful or to color it down so that it becomes light in color. We are going to break all the jaggery and make sure it turns into a solution of jaggery and cow urine with no clumps present in it. In the entire process of making Jeevamrit, we will make sure that we do not use any metal in it. We use plastic or wooden vessels, wooden stick. We also make sure that there should not be any nail or anything that is metal in making of Jeevamrit. The cow urine is acidic and this acid reacts with the metal, deteriorating the quality of our Jeevamrit. So after mixing jaggery in cow urine, we are going to mix 1 kilogram of soil from forest floor. This soil contains all the fungi, microbes, also some of the nutrients that are present in the soil of a healthy natural forest. Once we bring this microbial colony, this fungi to our Jeevamrit, they are going to multiply in the mixture, in the solution. They will consume the jaggery and they will multiply. So eventually the concentration of these microbes is going to increase in our Jeevamrit, and later on when we will introduce this solution to our soil, our barren soil, it will start to develop colonies of the same microbes that we would have collected from the soil of a natural forest. So this is how an artificial reintroduction of the lost soil microbiology happens at the floor of the tiny young forest that we are going to plant. We mix a little bit of soil from an abandoned termite hill. It has all the enzymes which prevent Jeevamrit from getting rotten smell or foul smell while fermentation. It gives some longevity to Jeevamrit and improves its shelf life. So we mix 1 kilogram of besan atta or the flour of gram or any other dicot seed. This gram flour is going to provide protein to all the microbes. So they will consume this protein and multiply in numbers. They are already getting the glucose, sugars from the jaggery we have mixed. So the process is very simple. We are taking microbes from the forest floor, microbes from the cow urine, microbes from the cow dung, providing them an environment where they can consume protein, consume glucose, sugars, and multiply in numbers. Once we have this high concentrated Jeevamrit with all the microbes in it, we are going to dilute it and introduce all these microbes to the soil. So once this liquid mixture of all the materials mixed in cow urine is ready, we are going to add cow dung in it. We are going to dilute the cow dung and make a slurry of this entire mixture. Once we have this paste of cow dung, other materials, cow urine, that slurry will be diluted with 90 liters of water in a drum. However, before we reach that dilution stage, we have to make sure that every single particle of this mixture is broken down, independent, so that it can be later on mixed in water properly. And all the silica in soil that we have mixed, the soil of forest, soil of termite hill, that should eventually settle down at the bottom of this drum, so that later on we can transfer the liquid Jeevamrit to another drum and leave back the sedimented soil. So we are mixing the cow dung in this mixture right now and breaking it down into small particles. This process will continue for some time. We do the entire mixing using our hands. Touching the cow dung or cow urine is not harmful at all. We usually wear these gloves to prevent the smell from staying back on our hands. However, even if we touch the cow dung or cow urine with our bare hands, it does not result in any issue. There is no problem with touching cow dung or cow urine with our bare hands. The common phenomenon is when you start to work with cow dung, you will see the heat being released out of it. We have seen it in decomposition process that whenever we touch the manure, it is usually hotter than the atmosphere around it. But here, while mixing the cow dung with cow urine, we experience that the mixture is becoming cooler compared to the surroundings. And this is one of the checks that the cow dung and cow urine is of good quality. We are going to add the oil in the end to this entire mixture. Later on, we will put it in a big drum and dilute it with 90 liters of water. This will give us a total of 100 liters of Jeevamrit. We are going to keep this Jeevamrit in a drum away from the sunlight and the rainwater. We are going to cover the drum with a thick cloth, every day 3 times we are going to mix our Jivamrit, we are going to stir our Jivamrit with a wooden stick 21 times in clockwise direction. For 7 to 10 days we are going to continue the mixing, and at the end of 8th day to 11th day we are going to have our Jivamrit ready. Later on we are going to dilute this concentrated Jivamrit in 10:1 ratio or 20:1 ratio and use it on our plantation area. Hi. Now that we have learned how to improve our soil, how to do the earthwork and bring back the life in soil using microbes by using Jivamrit, let's learn how to sequence the plantation, how to distribute seedlings on the site so that we make a multi-layered forest. Thank you. Hi, we are on our site right now, and the movement of plants from the plant storage area to the mound where we are going to do the plantation is happening. The first step is to label all the plants in our nursery. Though we make these labels right in the beginning, even before the plants arrive, but we have to make sure that the plants are kept exactly under the label on which their name is written, the species name is written. We also prepare one more set of labels for the site. So when the plant moves from the seedling storage area to our site, we match the names and keep the same seedling exactly in the same order in which the labels have been kept. The way we arrange seedlings on our site is we divide them in 4 different categories: canopy, tree, sub-tree and shrubs. This is purely dependent on the height to which they will grow. We also make one more category called guilds. Now these guilds are the small groups of trees that we would have seen during our forest survey. So all the species that are growing together in our survey are noted down separately, and when we start the plantation, we keep those species in smaller groups. Like we have a group of 2 different species here, Khejdi and Pilu. Both are arid species, both are always found together growing in the forest. When we did our survey, we also found these 2 trees growing next to each other in most of the places. So we are trying to replicate it. The second combination we saw was Kadam and Gundi. Now this can also be a case where we can keep 2 trees of one species and 1 tree of another species. This is the same ratio that we would have seen in the forest. We are trying to replicate it. By making these small guilds, these combinations, the chances of survival of these trees increases, and they also thrive in each other's company. The seedlings are arranged in the groups of guilds, the groups of layer they belong to, and for each species there is a board, and every single species is kept together. So here you can see in the layer of tree we have rayonj, tota and few other species. For the distribution, each of these species are going to be taken to our mound. The guilds are taken to the mound together and kept together. These species are later on sent to the mound, and the remaining open space is going to be filled up. We use a stick to measure the distance between 2 seedlings. To keep the seedling on the ground, we dig the ground a little bit, maybe an inch or 1.5 inch deeper, and keep the seedling with the plastic bag in this small hole that we would have dug. We are going to distribute all the seedlings on equidistance to each other throughout the mound. After that, we are going to begin the plantation. For plantation, there is a different process where we are going to dip the seedlings in the mixture of Jivamrit and water, cut open the seedling bag and slowly going to keep it in the small pit that we would have dug out. We are going to later tell you about the plantation. However, we have to make sure that no two seedlings of the same species should be kept next to each other. No two trees of the same layer should be planted next to each other ideally. However, in this forest there are many more trees compared to other layers. So there could be a case where two species belonging to the same layer are going to be planted next to each other. It's still okay until and unless the same species is not being planted next to each other. So this is about the seedling distribution. We start with the seedling storage area, keep all the seedlings in a cart, in a wheelbarrow, bring them to the site, keep them in their own designated places. Guilds goes to the guilds area. All the other species which belong to the guild or they are going to be planted independently are going to be kept under their name board. Later on we are going to send the guilds first to the site. They are going to be placed in the same group in which they would have been divided. Later on all the open area on the site is going to be filled up by all 4 different layers. We make sure that no two trees belonging to the same layer are planted next to each other. To keep the seedling on our mound, we are going to make a small hole of 1–1.5 inch depth using our hand and keep the seedling with the plastic bag there itself. Make sure that center of one hole where we are going to plant this plant is 60 centimeters apart from the center of the other hole. So using this stick we are going to distribute all the seedlings evenly and then we are going to begin our plantation. We also try to put the canopy layer in the center of the mound because the tallest tree, the biggest trees are usually in the center of the forest. So we will start with transporting the species which belong to canopy layer and try to put them in the center of the mound. This mound is 10 meters by 10 meters, total 100 square meters, and we have a gap of 1 meter on all 4 sides. This strip of 1 meter is later going to be used for plantation of fringe and mantle community. Thank you. Hi, we are on our site. The mound is ready for plantation. I am sitting just outside the mound at the area where we are going to later on plant fringe and mantle community. This is the edge of our mound and we are going to start the plantation from the edge. This is the first seedling that we are going to plant. It's a kadamb seedling and you can see it has come in a long plastic bag. Now depending on the type of plant, the bag size also differs. We are going to discuss it later on during our nursery session. What is important for us is that we should understand that the root zone is the most delicate, sensitive part of any plant. These roots are going to decide the future of growth of this plant. So we have to make sure that the root system stays intact while we are transferring this plant from the plastic bag to the soil. If our plant has grown in pots, we can easily take it out from the pot by just tilting the pot. However, because these plants have come in plastic bags, we have to cut open these plastic bags. We'll use a cutter for it. But before we do that, we make sure that the entire root zone is hydrated very well. For that, we are going to dip the seedling in water. We have mixed a little bit of Jeevamrit in this water as well, so that when the root zone absorbs the water, it also gets all the microbes which are essential for the growth of this plant. These microbes are going to help the plant growth and going to give the initial kickstart to the root system once the plant is transferred to the soil. So I am with my colleague Gaurav, who is going to dip the plant and make sure that all the bubbles come out of the root zone of this plant. By looking at these bubbles, we can tell that the air is coming out and it is getting replaced by water. So we will keep it dipped until the bubbles stop coming out of it. So we are going to continue dipping the plant until all the bubbles come out. For large projects, usually we keep all these seedlings in a trays which usually have some holes in it. We can use fruit trays, and we dip the entire tray in a very large tub. We wait for some time until all the bubbles stop coming out, and then we pick up the tray out from the tub. We rinse it properly, and then we take all the seedlings to the mound for plantation. So our plant is totally dipped with water. You can see the seedling has become heavier. Now this increase in weight is because the plant has absorbed a lot of water. We have to make sure that the root zone is intact while we are going to cut open this bag. So by compressing a little bit of this soil, we are going to cut open our plastic bag. We have to do this operation safely. If I have wet hands and I am using this cutter might slip and people can get injured. So usually what we do in all our projects, we give these cutters only to 1 or 2 people on site, and this tool is non-transferable. So only one person is going to cut open all the bags on site, and the labor or volunteer, whoever is going to do the plantation, will bring the bag, the dipped bag, to this person. He will cut it open, and then the person will take it back to the site and do the plantation. We are going to dig a hole which is a little bit more deeper than the size of the root zone. Now here in this seedling, the root zone ends here. So we have to dig almost 1 more inch, 1.5 inch additional depth. So how do we check it? We keep the seedling in this pit that we have dug out. Now this looks okay. In fact, this is at least an inch more deeper than required. So we will put in little bit of soil back in it, increase the base's height. Yeah. So this is the kind of ideal depth at which we should do the plantation. We are going to cut open the bag. We have to make sure that we do not cut too deep, otherwise we are going to start cutting the roots. We have to hold the seedling like this. We have to make sure that the bottom of the seedling is properly supported, and the seedling is almost lying in our palm. We never hold the seedling like this. We have to place the seedling into the pit with our fingers at the bottom. We are going to place it like this, hold it at the center, make sure it is straight, and then start putting the soil back into the pit without removing our hand from the bottom. So without removing the hand, we are going to fill in the soil. Now in this way, we are going to maintain a little bit of gap just below the bottom of the seedling. We are going to hold the seedling from here, slowly pull our hand out of the pit and fill it with the soil. By doing plantation in this manner, we make sure that there is a small gap just at the bottom of the seedling. Now this is the place where the roots are first going to penetrate, and they will get enough gap to grow into this area easily. The tap roots of the plants, roots that grow vertically downwards, is going to get a good start because of this small gap. Once we do the plantation, we don't press or tap the soil around it. We want to maintain this gap. We want to make sure that the gap is maintained unless the soil settles down by itself. So without pressing it or without making any depression around it, we'll just leave the plant the way it is. Later on, we are going to put a stick to support the seedling, and we are going to cover the soil with a thick layer of mulch. This mulch is going to protect the soil and protect the moisture in the soil from the harsh sun above us. So this is how we do the plantation in forest making. So we are going to produce a lot of plastic waste while continuing our plantation. All our seedlings have arrived in plastic bags. We are going to cut open them, so the plastic bags are going to be simply waste. They won't be of any use. We have to make sure that the moment plant comes out of this waste plastic bag, the waste plastic bag should go directly into the bin or in a bag wherever we are collecting the waste. We should not drop this waste plastic bag on our soil, because even by mistake, if we leave even one bag on the plantation area, once mulch covers the ground, this plastic waste is going to be invisible, and for years and years the plastic waste is going to be part of our forest, which we won't want, because plastic is going to be detrimental for the growth of our trees. It is going to cause pollution in our forest, and to make our soil as natural and fertile as a forest floor, we have to make sure it is free from any pollutants, especially plastic. The second most important thing is that immediately after the plantation, we have to make sure that we give enough water to our mound that moistens the soil till the depth of 1 meter. So the soil till depth of 1 meter is totally dry. Because we have dug it out, exposed it to sunlight, this dry soil is going to suck away all the water, all the moisture present around the root zone of our seedlings. So we have to make sure that not only the root zone and the root ball of our plant, but also the entire soil till the depth of 1 meter should be totally moist. To do this, immediately after plantation, we are going to do mulching, and after mulching, we are going to water our mound. We have to water our mound for at least few hours. We have to make sure that the water reaches the depth of 1 meter. 5 or 6 hours after the watering, once you remove the mulch, you should see that the soil under the mulch is moist. Only then we can make sure that the entire mound till the depth of 1 meter has become moist, because that is going to be the deciding factor of the survival of these plants. If the soil till depth of 1 meter is not moist altogether, the moisture is going to be absorbed away from the root zone of these seedlings and they are going to dry up. So we have to make sure that the first watering is done exhaustively so that the water reaches till depth of 1 meter and there is no harm, there is no lack of moisture to the root zone of these seedlings that we have planted. After plantation, we do not tap our seedlings, we do not water just around them, but we wait until the mulch finishes and only then we start the watering. Thank you. We have finished the plantation and now we are going to do a process which is called staking. In this process, we are going to put a support stick next to all the seedlings that we have planted. If your seedlings are extremely strong and they are as per the specification we have given in our documentation, you do not have to use a stick. In Japan and most of the Dr. Miyawaki's projects, we have never seen they using a support stick with the seedlings. In India, we are yet to reach a stage where all the seedlings are of standardized sizes and strength. So we support them with the help of a bamboo support stick. Now, the main reason of this stick is to provide strength to the seedling. However, we have to make sure that we are not harming the root zone of the seedling by trying to install this support stick next to them. So, maintaining a little bit of gap, we are going to insert this support stick close to our seedling, but not in the root zone of the seedling. So, the root zone of the seedling is around 2 inches in diameter. So, we leave this 2-inch gap and insert this stick. Many people use split bamboos, but we are using whole bamboo stick here because it takes very long time to decay and it gives good strength to the seedling. Another main reason of using these bamboo sticks is, even if we are planting extremely small seedlings like these, if we have a bamboo stick next to them, we are able to identify their location. Otherwise, during the process of mulching, sometimes these seedlings are going to be hidden below the mulch. Alright, so after inserting the bamboo stick next to our seedling, we are going to tie it using a string. We always use jute string or strings of any material that is natural. We never use plastic or metal because plastic or metal does not decay and eventually it is going to choke the plant if it gets very tight around the stem. Eventually, we want all this material that we are using in making the forest to biodegrade in the forest soil itself. So we are going to tie this string with the stick, and another end is gonna be tied with the seedling, but we are going to loose tie it. We are going to make a ring around it so that the seedling cannot bend away from the stick. However, it should not be sticking to the stick as well. It should be loose so that later on there is some movement in the seedling, and also the string will never be able to choke the seedling. We should never tie the seedling with the stick like this. We should always tie it loose. The height of this stick should not be more than 5 feet. The reason is we should be able to hammer it down into the soil. If it is beyond 5 feet in height, it's difficult to hammer it down into the soil. Now these sticks are little bit unstandardized. They are taller. They are so tall that it's quite difficult for us to hammer them down into the soil. However, here these are the standard size sticks, and we should always use this standard of 5 feet. We should always use the whole stick instead of split stick. We should always use a jute or some natural material string to tie these sticks with our seedlings. We should always loose tie them instead of tightening them together with the stick. Immediately after plantation, we should do the staking, means putting of the stick and tying them with the string. And after that, we are going to mulch around this area. So the main part of any seedling is the root. Now, as you would have seen in the previous step, we always water the root zone thoroughly, and this root zone's moisture should be protected from the sunlight. So here in this project, we are going to put some mulch just around the root zone initially, because heat is so harsh here that we need to immediately protect the moisture from at the root zone level. Once we have mulched this area, at least in the root zone the moisture is conserved, and later on we are going to spread thick mulch, as you can see in the background, in all these gaps. So this is how we do the staking and mulching immediately after plantation. So this is how we water our forest. We are using a shower which mimics the rainfall. As you can see, all the droplets coming out of the shower are extremely small. We do not keep our hand in front of the pipe and try to sprinkle the water using a pipe with our hand or thumb on it. We always use a good quality shower. In this case, we are using a metal shower which is having very even holes, laser cut. And because of this, we are able to have a high pressure line distributed in small droplets, so that whenever the water falls on our mound, it falls softly, just like it happens in a natural forest. So as you can see, our plantation is done. Right now we are finishing the mulching. Once we finish the plantation, you saw in the last tutorial round that we have used these sticks to support our seedlings. After that, we covered the soil with a thick layer of mulch. Now this mulching is around 6 inches thick. We are using this rope to keep the mulching intact. This rope is going to keep the mulch close to the ground, and it will not allow the mulch to blow away with the wind. Immediately after finishing the mulching, we are going to use the remaining compost tea or Jeevamrit and sprinkle it all around our forest area. This will reintroduce the microbes which the soil lacks. We have a stable watering connection. We are using shower to mimic the rain and watering our mound. This is the first watering, so it is going to be exhaustive. We are going to water so much that the water reaches at least till depth of 1 meter in the soil. Means exposing our entire soil to moisture and making sure that none of the seedlings that we have planted dries away at the root zone. If we underwater our mound, the seedlings are going to dry up. After that, we are going to continue maintenance of the moisture by checking the moisture in our soil. We are going to remove a little bit of this mulch and see whether the soil under our mulch is moist or dry. Right now, under the mulch, the soil is extremely dry. This means that it needs a lot of watering. Eventually, the moisture is going to be maintained on the mound, and if the soil is wet enough that it is sticking to our hand, we will not water our mound. If it is not wet enough, just moist, we may increase the level of moisture by watering it one round. Eventually, the maintenance practices will continue in form of removal of weeds, putting taller sticks when the seedlings would have grown, and making sure that none of the plant is bending or breaking because of human intervention. Sometimes people go to the mound to remove the weeds. That time they may damage the plants a bit. So we have to make sure that the plants are well tied to these sticks so that they don't bend. The simple maintenance is going to continue for 1 to 2 years. After that, we will not need de-weeding or removal of weeds anymore. We may not even need watering because the moisture will be self-sustained by the forest, and at that time we can declare the forest has become self-sustaining, and Dr. Miyawaki says no management is the best management. However, right now for at least 1 to 2 years our forest will need continuous removal of weeds and continuous maintenance of the moisture. We will do it by removing weeds using our hands and by watering using the shower and hose arrangement that we have shown here. Thank you. Hi. Now that we have learned how to prepare the soil, how to do the plantation, let's learn about how to manage a project of any size. We are going to learn about how to make the bill of materials, in which we are going to make a list of all the ingredients required to make our forest. So stay with us. Let's watch the next video about making of the bill of materials. Hi, in this video we are going to learn about how to make bill of materials of any afforestation project. This bill of material is one single document using which you can manage the entire project. This is basically a shopping list which also helps you to make a cost estimation. It also acts as a checklist to make sure that all the materials, tools, equipments, and facilities required to make a forest have arrived on the site. The first thing you need to write in any bill of materials is the area in square meters. Second thing is the density of plantation. The density is usually between 3 to 5 seedlings per square meter as recommended by Dr. Akira Miyawaki. In high wind areas, the density is on the higher side. In low wind or medium wind areas, the density is between 3 to 4 seedlings per square meter. Once we have decided the density, we write it in the bill of materials. The third thing we need to know is how many people are going to work on the project so that we can buy the work wear for them and tools. Also, we need to write what type of soil is there on our site wherever we are making our forest. Because the type of soil is going to tell us how much of perforation material and water retention material we are going to require for amending the existing soil. We start making of our bill of materials with seedlings. So the number of seedlings required is area of the project multiplied by density. Once we know the number of seedlings, we need to make a list of all the consumable materials we need to make our forest. Based on the type of soil, we would know how much of perforation material and water retention material we need per square meter at our site. Multiplying this per square meter requirement with the total area, we'll get to know the total amount of materials we need to buy in order to amend the soil at our site. After finishing the seedlings requirement and all the consumable materials, we make a list of all the tools that are needed during the execution of the project. Usually it depends on the number of people working on the site. After that, we are going to make a list of all the work wear required on the site. We make a list of all the facilities we need on the site. Facilities like earth mover. Based on the area, we can make a rough estimation of how many hours of machine work will it take. Based on the site, we also have to decide whether we are going to make an on-site nursery or not. And all the materials, equipments needed to make such on-site nursery or material storage area or maybe fencing, these facilities also needed to be added to the bill of material. Once we know the unit quantities of all the items required in per square meter, and once we know the unit rates of all these items, multiplying the unit rates with total quantities required, we can also make a cost estimation of the entire project using this bill of materials file. Also adding a column of checklist, we can use this bill of materials sheet as a checklist when we are executing the project on site. So this one single document can help you procure all the material, make a cost estimation, and also make sure that all the materials have arrived on the site during the project execution. So usually, bill of materials is the most important document in making of any forest. Thank you very much. Hi. Now that we have learned how to manage a project, how to execute a project, let's learn about how to maintain a forest. Though these natural forests do not need any maintenance, but for the first 2 to 3 years, there are few activities which has to be carried out in order to make sure that we end up making a self-sustaining natural forest in a span of 2 to 3 years. So stay with us. See you in the next video. Thank you. Hi. In this session, we are going to learn about how to maintain our forest. Ideally, we should not be maintaining our forest because it's a natural forest. However, during the infancy of the forest, for the first 2 to 3 years, the forest might need a little bit of human intervention to maintain it, to bring it to a level where it can become self-sustaining. So we are going to learn what are the essentials of maintaining or taking care of our forest for these first 2 to 3 years. And once it stabilizes, as Dr. Miyawaki says, no management is the best management. So let's learn about all the steps required to nurture our forest during its infancy. Thank you. So we are in a 8 months old forest in Punjab. You can see it has become so dense that one cannot just walk into it. However, there are many mistakes which have been made in maintenance of this forest. Let me highlight the first one. We have to continuously remove the weeds while this forest is growing. Otherwise, the nutrition and water is taken away by these weeds. Ideally, all the nutrition and water should go to our trees. So if you look at the forest floor, you can see it is full of grass. Now this grass should have ideally been removed and the forest floor should have been covered by mulch. So the mulching that we would have done 8 months ago when we planted this forest has been consumed. So all the mulch has been consumed and grasses have started to grow. These are the two misses which has happened in this forest. Another mistake about maintaining a forest is this. Here you can see so many support sticks are fallen. They have not been reinstalled in the soil. Now because of these fallen sticks, a lot of trees are suffering in this area, and because of this exposed area in the lack of these support sticks, This area has become so open that probably people or animals have started going in. So support sticks not just support the seedling, but they also prevent people and animals to go in because they act as an obstacle. And once this obstacle is removed, you can see that there is an open area that has been created inside the forest, which ideally should have been covered by the trees which were planted here 8 months ago. Also, it is essential for us to keep our forests clean and free from any inorganic material. Most of the times in village areas or open areas, the plastic waste is blown away by wind and it falls in our forest. So we have to make sure that our forest floor is always maintained well and clean. We are in a 1-year-old forest now. You can see some of the trees have already started fruiting. When their fruits are dry, they start to produce seeds like these, which will fall on the forest floor and start germinating. In this 1-year-old forest, there are many things which have been done right, but there are also some mistakes which I would like to show. The first mistake that we saw in this forest is some of the trees, especially along the walkway, are pruned. So we should never trim or prune our trees, because when we cut our trees, when we trim them or prune them, we open some gap into the body of the tree, and the insects, the pests, can actually use this opened up area to go into the tree and start eating them from the inside. So we may think that we are helping the tree by cutting it or pruning it, but we are actually harming them by exposing them to all the pest attack, all the insect that can use this as an opportunity to kill the tree from the inside. Sometimes people trim or prune the trees that are blocking the walkways. However, we have to understand that instead of cutting a branch to make space for walking in our walkways, we can actually tie these trees to other trees and keep them away from the walkway without harming them, without cutting them or pruning them. Another maintenance phenomenon that we see in this forest is some of the bags that would have been used to bring the seedlings for plantation are still lying at the forest floor. This bag is almost 13 months old and you can see it has not decomposed at all. So we have to make sure that whenever we finish the plantation, we have to clear the site completely, we have to clean it, because if we leave the plastic on the forest floor, eventually it will be covered by mulch. 1 year later, when the mulch will be consumed, such plastic will get exposed and they will make our forest floor unclean. Many a times people get worried when they see insects eating away the leaves. However, we have to understand that the insect is also part of the forest. If we do not allow these insects to eat the leaves, the trees will never develop any immunity against these insects, against these pests. We have to also understand that a biodiverse forest produces food for all the insects, all the animals dependent on it. And if this leaf is the staple food for an insect, it is actually a part of the ecosystem in which the leaf will be consumed by that particular insect. If we do not allow the caterpillars to eat these leaves, we will never be able to see butterflies in our forests. So we have to understand that this is not a disease, this is not a problem. This does not mean that we start to use some pesticide or pest repellent and shoo these insects away from our forest. We have to welcome them. We have to welcome them in a way that we offer our trees to them, which can be consumed, so that the forest can become more biodiverse and also more robust. Once the trees are exposed to insects in their early life, they start to develop resistance against them. They can secrete those enzymes which will prevent further large attack from the same insect colony. Let me show you one more phenomenon. If you look at the shape of this tree, you will find it really odd. Usually in nature the trees don't grow like this. What would have happened is there should have been a support stick standing here, tightly holding the tree. And because of the tight string tied to this tree, the tree could not grow taller and it started to develop a bulge because the support stick was obstructing its growth. Later on, somebody would have removed the support stick and cut the string. However, the tree had already bent in those early months. Another mistake which people make in maintaining their forest is that they use plastic strings to tie the tree with the support stick. Now let me show you one example. You can see that the support stick is no longer here, but the plastic string is still attached to the tree. Eventually what will happen, the tree will keep growing its girth and this plastic rope will not decompose and it will become an obstruction in the growth of this tree. So never use plastic strings or ropes in making of your forest. So a multi-layered native forest of many different trees species looks like this when it is 1 year old. You can see it has become so dense that you can't even walk into it. Now all the forests that we had been making so far used to start directly at the edge with the trees. However, later on we discovered that in a natural forest, only the deep forest has trees, but surrounding the deep forest there is a community which is called fringe and mantle community. Now this community of vegetation protects the forest from harsh wind and heat. How? When the trees grow very tall to their full size, there is a gap which is created at the ground level. The understory of trees is usually exposed to wind, and dry air which blows through the forest can make it dry. So how do we make sure that the moisture of the forest is protected? In nature, the fringe and mantle community growing around a native forest protects it from the wind that can go into the understory of the forest and make the forest floor dry. So if you look at this example where we do not have the fringe and mantle community around the forest, you can see though the forest is planted at a really high density, still you can actually walk in. Because at the ground level, there is nothing that is blocking the wind or people or anything that can access the forest. So a fringe and mantle community which grows around the planted forest is extremely important. In most of our projects so far, we had not planted this fringe and mantle community. But now with the new understanding and going deeper into the theory of afforestation, we have realized that a forest is not just made of trees. The grasses, shrubs and other communities of vegetation which grows close to the forest is also equally important. So in the new design of afforestation, we have started to provide space for healthy fringe and mantle community that can grow around the patch of forest that we have planted and keep its moisture intact and make it stronger and robust. Hi, now that we have learned how to maintain our forest, let's also learn how to monitor the impact and the growth of our forest. In the next video, we are going to learn about a lot of things about the changes a forest makes in its vicinity and inside the forest. So stay with us. See you in the next video. Hi, in this video we are going to monitor the growth and impact of our forest. During the first 2 to 3 years of the growth of our forest, we would like to measure the impact that it is creating on the environment and the surrounding area. Also, we want to monitor whether the forest is growing to its best or there is some scope of improvement. So usually we have 3 key performance indicators or KPIs. The first one is growth of the trees. What we usually do is we measure the height of some of the trees of our forest. We try to take at least 2 samples of each species if it is a small forest. If it is a large forest, we might take 5% or 3% of the entire planted species and number of trees and monitor their growth every month. We measure their growth every month and find out the average height of our forest. Second KPI is we measure the girth of our trees. So for the height, we have target growth rate of on an average 1 meter per year. This is applicable to India only because trees grow here at a rate which can be compared to the average growth rate of 1 meter per year. In some colder regions in India also this growth rate might be too high. So in the tropical region where we are, or in most of the India flat land Indian subcontinent, 1 meter per year average growth rate is good enough. For the girth, we don't have a target growth rate. However, monitoring the girth will help you understand the growth pattern of the species that you have planted. Usually in the first 2 to 3 years, the trees will grow vertically high because that's where the sunlight is. Later on, once they have reached the tall stages, once they have started to develop their canopy, they can photosynthesize a lot more and they will start to develop their girth as well. The third KPI is the survival rate of our forest. In any successful project, after 3 years of plantation, ideally the survival rate should be 90% plus. If it is less than 90%, we can analyze what are the species that are not able to survive in the project, so that later on when we are doing another afforestation project, we are excluding those species or reducing the quantity of those species which are not able to survive. This is also a good indicator of whether we have selected the species right or not. So 3 KPIs: growth, girth and survival. To measure the impact of our forest, we have to develop an eye to observe the small qualitative stuff that we are going to see in a grown forest. Right now we are in a forest which is more than 1 year old, and you can see compared to outside, the sunlight here both on the ground and at the eye level is far less than what we had experienced outside. Also the temperature inside this forest is a lot lesser than compared to the place outside. What we usually do is we keep a thermometer at the forest floor at the ground level, which measures the surface temperature of the forest, and we compare it with the surface temperature just outside the forest on the barren patch of land, the kind of land that it used to be before we planted the forest. Another easier way to identify or monitor the impact of the forest is to check the moisture in the soil. You would have learnt in the maintenance session that before watering, we usually check out the moisture level in the soil by touching it, and also checking the moisture level will give you an indication of the health of the forest. So if you take a handful of this soil, put it under a microscope, you will see a lot of small ants, termites, microorganisms, residue of many of such microorganisms, small roots like these, and these are the indicators of a healthy forest. If you go to a natural forest also, you are going to find such type of soil. If you smell this soil, you will feel that it is a lot healthier and fertile compared to the soil which is exposed to sunlight. This soil is always covered with natural mulching. So you can imagine the microbes under this soil are always in the environment which is protected from sunlight. They have a lot of feed in form of the biomass that is falling on it, and they have a lot of root networks to support their growth. organisms like fungi grows on the root zones of the plants, the trees of these forests. Let me show you an example, an indicator of a healthy fungal network under the root zone of these forests. So small mushrooms like these are an indicator of a healthy fungal network under the topsoil of this forest. So when we look at mushrooms like these, we can easily imagine that throughout the root zone of this forest, there would be a lot of fungus, and this fungus helps the forest trees to communicate with each other, also exchange the nutrition. Another example is the small amount of biodiversity of small insects or animals living in the soil. So this could be done by ants or termites of this forest. All this contributes to the biodiversity of the forest. So biodiversity is a great indicator of the impact of the forest. So many a times people ask us, what do we do if there is a termite attack like this in their forest? And our answer is usually it's nothing to worry, because termites, they can only consume dead wood. They will never consume fresh wood or wood that is alive. When the forest is in its infancy, when it's still growing, there is no dead wood available. So termites in only that stage will be killing some of the trees and eating the dead wood. Otherwise, such termite attack will not be happening on the live trees. So an easy way to counter it is you can use some of the native dead wood and throw it in your forest. Usually our support sticks are the consumption material for all the termites found in the forest. But termite is also a great indicator of healthy biodiversity of the forest. So it's essential for us to observe these types of small indicators that tells us that this forest is making a great impact on the ecosystem of the region. Because flora, the vegetation, cannot move. It is facilitated by us that we brought all this flora in this place in a similar fashion in which they would have grown in nature. Fauna, the animals, the birds, small insects, all of them can move, and they use this forest as their natural habitat. So in the process of monitoring the impact of the growth of our forest, we are also going to monitor the coming back of some of the keystone species of fauna found in that geography. Once we see these keystone species, we can easily establish the connection that we have brought back a forest that would have been found at that particular place a few hundred years ago before human intervention, because it is bringing back the same fauna that is now nowhere to be seen in this area. But because of the forest coming back, the birds, the animals, they are also finding their natural habitat in this forest, and that's the reason why they have come back. Here in this 1.5-year-old forest, we can see the big nest of one of such species of birds. As the forest grows, the trees gain more and more strength, and once they become strong enough that even bigger birds can land on them, slowly you will see that the amount of biodiversity and the size of the animals that this forest is attracting is increasing. So these are the keystone species which are the bigger stamp of approval of the success of any project like this. However, we also have to monitor our forest for some of those species which should not be there in a natural forest of that particular place. In some of the cases we have seen, if by mistake we have planted a non-native species or a species which is not found in that locality, even if it is a native species, it will attract a kind of parasite, it could be a bug, it could be a bird, that can be detrimental to the growth or the health of the forest. In Korea, we have seen an example where on one of the island of Han River in the city of Seoul, they have planted some non-native Chinese species in Korea, and because of those species, a certain bug is being attracted towards these non-native trees. But that bug has the ability to attack other native trees found in Korea as well. So by bringing a non-native species, we have attracted the wrong kind of parasite, which is detrimental to the health of entire ecosystem, entire vegetation of that particular geography. So it is also essential for us to monitor the biodiversity, which ideally should not be found in that particular place. So this is how we can monitor the growth and impact of any forest. Hope you have found this video informational and will be able to make use of it. Wish you all the best in monitoring your forest. Thank you very much. Hi. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the series. Hope you have learned how to make your own forest. Hope these videos will help you to maintain it, monitor it, and also show the impact of your forest. If you have any questions, please let us know. Please share about the first forest that you would have made after watching these videos. And I hope that we'll be able to improve our methodology with your feedback. Thank you so much for backing this project on Kickstarter. Without your support, we would not have been able to make these video tutorials. Thank you once again. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Hope this information will be very helpful for you. It may not always be a forest, but at least for maintaining a kitchen garden or any garden also, this is very useful in a smaller quantity. Hope we'll all take these inputs and utilize them to raise few plants and make a significant contribution to the planet. So tomorrow is the last day. Anyone would like to make presentations or would like to show or present on your plants or saplings, you are welcome. And apart from that, today one session was scheduled that we will take it up tomorrow by Virendra Kumarji. And any others also would like to make any presentations, you are welcome. Tomorrow you can present. So thank you once again, everyone, for attending the second day of 3 days International One Mahotsav Festival. We request everyone to fill up the feedback form and see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.